going live, Blake? Hello, everybody. We are back. We took a week off because I damn near felt like I was dying. But we're back with the Christmas layout in the Santa hat. And we are going to do Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. We got through Chamber of Secrets in 4 episodes. Something tells me that this is not going to go as smoothly. I'm going to bring Doodle in here in just a minute. But my stream schedule is up in my Discord, as well as I believe I posted it on the channel. I'm not 100% sure, but I'll check after stream. This is not your mom's book club, so if you are looking for a normal read-through of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, this is not where you're going to find it. It is weird, it is twisty, there are voice acting, Waluigi makes an appearance, we have no idea what's going to happen, so we're gonna go with it. And we're gonna bring in Doodle. And there is my Doodle.
Hello.
That sentence was weird.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I was just warning everybody that this ain't your mama's book club.
I was doing the same thing. I was saying, I'm a family-friendly streamer. She is not. We come together. Things at least get PG-13.
Possibly 16.
Possibly, most likely. Well, depends on the stream. Depends on the stream. Some streams,
it's a day.
So it depends on the day, you know. Sometimes we just laugh. We laugh at piss, 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 and that's it. That's literally it.
For those that aren't aware, hi Panda.
You can buy a piss, piss, piss T-shirt.
You can. The videos are up on my YouTube.
Yes, go watch them.
Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, where we discovered that Parseltongue is nothing but pissa after whatever word you're trying to say.
It's super easy, guys. It's so easy, guys. It's so easy.
We got this.
We'll try.
We'll try.
We don't, but we'll try. Let me see if I can do something really quick.
I've got my Christmas layout with my Christmas background and my Santa hat.
Ooh, that's fancy.
I broke out the Harry Potter Pez.
And hello, Panda. I don't get racy. I do get pissy though.
No, I'm the one that pulls out the racy stuff. Yeah, that's my fault.
I'm just trying something really quick here. I want to see if I can. Oh, I'm a try hard at heart. It's fine. I want to see if this will work. Lemon.
The Pez that came with my Harry Potter Pez dispenser.
The Pez.
Which I will be eating candy out of Harry's neck for the foreseeable future. Oh.
It's
a thing. She uses the OG pregame tryhard. Okay.
Oh, that's weird. I thought I'd be able to do this. Oh well.
Yeah, the flavors came wrapped in like this mystery, like white. It says mystery flavor, which is never a good thing. This one turns out to be lemon.
Oh, nifty, I guess.
I don't know. Had a whole sherbet lemon vibe. I want to show off the art on the cover of this book. It is smexy.
Go for it.
This is
do
the
it.
Original adult issue of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban.
It's so beautiful.
It is. I'm not going to show the back because She Who Shall Not Be Named is back there. But cover art is just spectacular. So, because of She Who Shall Not Be Named, I remove the cover. And we just go with plain old black book.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out something on my end of the stream for just 2 seconds. And if that doesn't work, it's fine. Oh, no, nothing's broken. I'm trying to see if I can get an image of you, like of not image of like you, but like a little PNG so that people know who's talking and who's not talking at any given moment. This should work. Or maybe not. It could be because it's a private thing. Okay, so yeah, that's why it is. Okay, never mind then. No worries, it's fine. Just assume that when the ghost on screen wiggles, I'm talking.
Dude, makes the ghost go bow, 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 bow.
No, really, look at my stream. I have a little ghosty boy that.
He He does need a Huffle scarf, though.
I know. That's my next goal. I'm gonna draw that in just a little bit, probably. Well, not like a little bit, literally a little bit, but like definitely, I'm drawing that in very soon. I'm gonna drag the chat up here. There we go. But yeah, that'll be coming, as well as I'm gonna have for because Panda, I know this is very important to you. For all the voices that I do, I'm gonna have different like hats appear on him, maybe even different faces. Like Mario will have like a gigantic nose and mustache, and so will all of them, I guess.
I'm here for it.
Gilderoy Lockhart's gonna have a thing.
Gilderoy
Uwu is gonna
Lockhart's
be.
gone.
I know, but I still have Gilderoy Lockhart in my voice. One of the voices I can do.
Oh God, we're gonna bring him back.
So he will pop up every now and then.
Oh God.
Just everybody's favorite little boffin. He's so good.
I need an adult.
Just
Who is my designated adult-shaped person for the evening?
It's not me.
Who's volunteering his tribute?
Nope. Nope.
Choose is like, I am totally not your adult-shaped person.
Nobody is your adult-shaped person. You are on your own.
No.
Yeah. It's so sad.
I opened my stream by saying we got through Chamber of Secrets in 4 episodes.
We should get through this roughly 5, maybe.
I'm thinking 5, depending on how off track we get. 6.
6. Well, our average is 4 chapters a stream. So, how many chapters are in this book?
Let me do the looking. The looking.
I'm looking. There's 21 or 22.
22. We need to math because I'm not capable of numbers.
So about 6, maybe 5 if we really push it during the last one.
We pushed it during the last stream we did for Chamber of Secrets.
And we still had 4.
And things got weird. The more we push it, the weirder things get, and I'm not.
Push it. Push it real good.
Okay, there's that moment. That's a thing that happened.
Many things happen. If you're new here, which I don't know if anybody's new, I think everybody's pretty. I think this is all pretty much everybody.
I think this is our regulars for this.
I mean,
it in a lot of places this time though, so who knows?
I'm gonna post it in one more place actually. I started watching this new stream. These guys are really funny. They might be really nice, and they might let me just like do a quick little hey. I'm just gonna hey. Don't mind me. I'm just they don't. Oh, they do have self promo. Oh, darn it. Hold on. Uh-oh.
I know that sound of disappointment. I make people make that sound of disappointment every time
I
walk into a room.
I was trying to do a thing where I was gonna like, I'm gonna copy paste this whole nice little thing that I have had typed up that I've been copy pasting different servers, and that I accidentally copy pasted something else. So I was like, this is gonna be so great. Copy paste. I almost hit enter. Oh, don't want to do that. So.
You danger zone.
Hi to the danger zone. Can I say really quick, actually, about something just totally off topic, Tony?
You sure can. While I grab the link to the sweatshirt.
Oh yes, gotta support the pissa. If you want your local book club to keep going, remember to donate or to support your local. I don't know, classique. Classique is support a classique near you.
Support a classique. Why do I sound like a UNICEF case?
Aww, I actually think that in the arms of the angel. This classic could be going to a good home.
You need to. That's human trafficking. We don't do that.
No, not selling you, putting you up for adoption.
Oh, really?
Yes. Go to your local classique shelter. There's many classiques waiting to be adopted.
There's only one of me, thank God.
It's just It's just an entire lounge of just you, like freaking. Oh, yes. Really quick. Also, this is something for both of our streams. This is something that my friend Captain Victory, who you met last night, is doing.
Yes.
So right now, what he is doing for the holiday season, me and him are kind of getting together, and we want to help somebody who has. We want to help you guys give a gift to somebody who has really meant a lot to you in this past, year, 2 years, however long. Somebody who has impacted your life or has impacted somebody else's life in a really good way. I will post the link to his Discord in my Discord channel. Or you can also just send these to me. But if you want to send us a story about your friend and also give us their Steam wish list or their Steam username, we are going to get a Steam game on their wish list for Christmas. Unfortunately, we're only doing one person. We'd love to do more, but that's why we're doing it this way. And if nothing else, we can spread a little holiday cheer this time of year by kind of showing each other off a little bit and saying all the awesome things that some friends have done for you guys or other people.
Today's book
So
club is
if
brought
you
to you by Captain Victory's Captain Victory and Doodle's Holiday Spirit.
holiday spirit.
While I eat
But
candy from
yeah,
Barry's neck.
and like you guys don't even have to. It's just let us know. We are happy to spread a little holiday cheer to somebody. So we would love to hear your story. So just if you think if there's somebody you know that is has really been we're
Deep
getting there.
breath
We're
in,
getting there. We're
words
getting there.
out.
We're getting there.
You got this.
Brain, slow down.
Or mouse, slow
Or
down, brain catch up.
mouse, slow down too. Something's not going fast enough. It's just everything's not going fast enough. Um, if there is somebody that you would like to do something special for this holiday season who has been of a real big help to you, let us know, and hopefully we'll be able to do something for them.
Shoot us a
So
DM, and we will.
shoot some DMs my way, or some Captain Victory's way,
Or
or
you can
however you
fire
want
them
to
my
do
way,
this,
and I will fire them,
or Classique's
and
way,
I
and
will
she will fire
ricochet them.
them my way. She will let them bounce off of her gloriously. Um, but yeah, guys, so let's do something nice for the holidays.
And the shout out command is !SO, and yeah, it's
So
available.
I need to do that for my channel. That would be so easy. Um, okay, I can't think of. Oh, I was gonna say really quick. I have a gripe about Twitch right now. Or not right now. This has been a gripe for a few years now. They got rid of Twitch Sings, and I'm very sad about that.
I'm sad because I don't get.
The killer within me, Adam, but you don't want to be the enemy of the demon who entered me, or be on the receiving end of
You don't get what?
Oh
Uh-oh.
god.
the epitome of a spitter when I'm in the vicinity,
What?
motherfucker. You better duck or you're finna be dead.
Panda did a shout out and you're rapping.
You is a fifth of a percent of me. I'm about to finish.
Oh yes. The speaking of Twitch Sings, that was an early reward I did. That was not my best attempt at Venom by the white rapper guy that I can't remember his name, Eminem. It wasn't my best attempt, but you must understand that is at like 75% of the speed he does it at. It is so fast, and it kind of like hurt my mouth to do it, and I couldn't like speak properly for the rest of the stream a little bit. That was not part of Twitch Sings. That was just something I did before all the crazy DMCA-ness that happened.
Yeah, DMCA is a thing.
Yes, and that's I blame DMCA for taking down Twitch Sings because that was very fun for me. So
occasionally all you see is Harry Potter Pez pop up and his head flips back and candy comes out.
just ah! You hear like a little like scream thing that happens just
So, chapter 1.
here we go.
Closed. Now, we have a choice. There is a lot of Ron learning to use the telephone for the first time. Do you want to take it? Because this is going to be Ron in his derpy gloriousness.
Yes, I'm doing that because I am changing Ron's voice. So yes.
We're changing him. Oh no.
I'm changing him. You will recognize, I think, pretty instantly what I'm trying to emulate, but I don't want to say any. Well, okay, Panda needs me to be in uwu mode for 5 minutes. Well, are you reading first or am I reading first?
You are.
I am.
You wanted to do Ron yelling into a telephone.
Well, I thought you were gonna do it, and I was okay. So I guess first of all, I need to be Dowoodle for about 5 minutes.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's my thoughts exactly. Everybody, cover your ears.
This is a thing that's happening.
This is a painful thing that is happening. I just need to put this up on my TV. I need to have the timer on my. I really need to have the timer on Twitch somehow. Hold on, can I do that? Maybe I can.
Possibly.
I think I can.
Not 100% sure.
I have an entire 10U hockey team in the lobby, and I can't hear Sith. If you guys want to say the S word in my lobby, you say Sith. Thank you very much. I will experiment in a minute, but for now, Because there's definitely an easy way to do it, because I could do it on my
There's
other thing, but for
gotta
no.
be.
There's gotta be. Okay, anywho. 5 minutes. Starting now. Chapter 1. Owl Post. Harry Potter was a very unusual boy in many ways. For one thing, he hated the summer holidays more than any other time of year. For another, he really wanted to do his homework but was forced to do it in secret in the dead of night. And he also happened to be a wizard. It was nearly midnight, and he was lying on his stomach in bed, Ulu, the blankets drawn right over his head like a tent, a flashlight in one hand, and a large, weather-bound book, A History of Magic by Mathilda Bagshot, propped open against the pillow. Harry moved the tip of his eagle feather quill down the page, frowning as he looked for something that would help him write his essay. Witch boning in the 14th century was completely pointless. Discuss, Ulu. The quill paused at the top of a likely-looking photograph. Harry pushed his round glasses up the bridge of his nose, moved his flashlight closer to the book, and read. Non-magic people, more commonly known as muggles, were particularly afraid of magic in medieval times, but not very good at recognizing it. On the rare occasion that they did catch a real witch or wizard, boning had no effect whatsoever, although the witch or wizard would perform a basic flame-freezing charm, and then pretend to shriek with pain while enjoying a gentle tickling sensation. Indeed, Gwendolyn the Weird, although enjoyed being boned so much that she allowed herself to be caught no less than 47 times in various disguises.
The way you said burn sound like boned.
And boned. So it's a PG-16 stream then today,
Yep.
Harry put his quill between his teeth and reached underneath his pillow for his ink bottle and a roll of parchment. Slowly and very carefully, he unscrewed the ink bottle, dipped his quill into it, and began to write, pausing every now and then to listen, because if any of the Dursleys heard the scratching of his quill on the way to the bathroom, he'd probably find himself in the cupboard under the stairs for the rest of the summer. The Dursley family of number 4 Privet Drive was the reason that Harry never enjoyed his summer holidays. Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and their son Dundee Wuddykins were Harry's only living relatives. They were muggles, and they had a very medieval attitude toward magic. Harry's dead parents, who had been a witch and wizard themselves, were never mentioned under the Dursleys' roof. For years, Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had hoped that if they kept Harry as downtrodden as possible, they would be able to squash the magic out of him. To their fury, they had been unsuccessful. These days, they had lived in terror of anyone finding out that Harry had spent most of the last 2 years at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Excuse me. The most they could do, however, was to lock Harry's spell books, wand, Cauldron, Harry's wand, wand,
Ron is
Cauldron.
locked somewhere. Go get him.
Harry
Save Ron. He's locked somewhere.
and broomstick at the start of the summer break and forbid him to talk to the neighbors. The separation from his spellbook had been a real problem for Harry because his teachers at Hogwarts had given him a lot of holiday work. One of the essays, a particularly nasty one about shrinking potions, was for Harry's least favorite teacher, Professor Snape, who would be delighted to have an excuse to give Harry detention for a month. Harry had therefore seized his chance in the first weeks of the holidays. While Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and Dudley Wuddykins had gone out into the front garden to admire Uncle Vernon's new company car in very loud voices so that the rest of the street would notice it too. Harry had crept downstairs, picked the lock on the cupboard under the stairs, grabbed some of his books, and hidden them in his bedroom. As long as he didn't leave spots of ink on the sheets, the Dursleys never need know that he was studying magic by night. Harry was particularly keen to avoid trouble with his aunt and uncle at the moment. How long is this time-o? As they will. Holy crap! Okay, there it is. Okay, I was like, oh my gosh, this is the longest 5 minutes of my life. Ooh.
They locked away wrong.
I just like the idea that he's like Uncle Vernon's like, spell book, broom,
Ron.
ginger kid. Let me out! I can't breathe!
I need a cracker.
It's fucking heavy!
Hello? Can I come in from the out now?
Oh, by the way, so it is Harry Potter Puppet Pal Ron. That is now in the book.
God.
Because I had a dream.
Oh no.
After one of the more recent ones. Last week I think it was actually. Where it was just Harry Potter, fairly normal, except Ron had been replaced by his Potter Puppet Pal counterpart.
Oh, jeez.
And like nobody was like commenting or even like really like caring. Like it was just normal, and I was like, "Oh,
just a thing."
That's just it wasn't even like a small puppet. It was like a massive. It was like Ron sized.
Big bird size Muppet puppet things.
No, like it was literally like it was the Harry Potter Puppet Pal, but it was like human sized, and there was a massive arm sticking out the bottom just from like nowhere. Rabbi, oh my goodness, Rabbi and Critcast, thank you guys so much for the follow. You've come at a very strange time. Welcome to Book Club, guys, where we discuss Ron being locked up in Harry's cupboard along with his spellbooks and brew because Uncle Vernon doesn't want Harry to have anything to. It's a thing. This is a whole thing. But welcome, guys.
Gingers. It's fine. We've
He's
already
got a thing
decided that this is a
against gingers.
PG-16 stream. There's the one F-bomb for the day.
There's the one F-bomb. I still need to. And Borkachu, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, boy. I know him. I've talked many times.
I'm over here eating
all the
heads
follows.
out of Harry's neck. It's fine.
It's fine. Oh yes, let me drop Classique. This is Classique, guys, that I'm streaming with. She is very awesome. I love her very much. Thank you for coming, boy. It's awesome. We're gonna have a fun time, but give me 2 seconds to make sure I hype up Classique appropriately.
Oh my god.
Because Classique is an incredibly good friend of mine, and I love her very much. And we are going to. Oh, and we do this. What a cute idea! I just want to express how creative this is. Rabbi says, "I mean, thank you. It is. It was supposed to be very cute. It was definitely supposed to be very like we would watch this and we would read this book together, and it was gonna be very like we would discuss like
it started out on a serious
note. It was gonna actually be serious.
Spiraled very quickly.
So downhill that we have a sweater. We have a sweater that just has a little snake on it going open because to speak parse, if you want to know how to speak parcel tongue, you say any word.
Episode 4.
Oh yes, if you say any word at all, anything at all, and you say it normally, and then you just add a at the end of it because
the snake with a flag that says snack on it. Just says
yep,
open.
it's a little snack. Art has been done by my wonderful wife, Firefox, or Foxfire. She's not Firefox. She's Foxfire.
She's a browser.
This is my wife, Internet. But thank you guys. Welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. Many laughs. Panda has hoarded points, so you're gonna also see some very strange stuff that I'm not gonna spoil for you right now. But Panda, you can spoil it all you want if you like. If you don't have the book, oh, sorry, what Classic? Go ahead.
My adult-shaped person is betraying me. It's fine.
Oh dear. If you guys don't have a book, don't worry. We're just reading along on my stream. But also feel free to have Classic stream up as well. It supports both of us, and it's very nice of you to do that. But
oh gosh.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's see. Here we go. All the points. Just get ready.
It's a thing.
Oh goodness, hold on. I need to turn something off really quick, actually. I forgot that I have...
I will make a suggestion to everyone in my chat as well as Doodles. Try to space them out or we're going to wear Doodle out. And that's the last thing we need is
I'm okay now, actually. I have been doing a little bit of what have I been doing a little bit of?
Oh God.
Something. I've been doing a
My
little
hat is
something. I'm
crooked.
not sure what though.
My hat. Nope, that's not the right one. Let's go to the other side.
Timers. I need to edit this one because
Yep.
it's not Luca I'm streaming with today. It is Classique.
It is
Yeah, if you guys
me.
click on that link, you're gonna see my stream, and that's it. I mean, Classique stream is very fun, but I mean,
I am definitely the 18 plus version of everything, and I'd scale it back to a 13, 16.
yeah, we are PG-16 today, everybody. My stream is normally much more family friendly than this, and her stream is usually much less family friendly than this. So I mean,
that's a way to put it.
that's definitely we meet in the middle wonderfully. Let me just make sure this link works, and it does. So we have a multi-stream. If you guys want to just watch both streams at the same time,
I need that link. DM that to me.
Okay, I will send it to you right
I don't know
now.
how it works, but I want it.
Oh, it's glorious. It's so easy. I'm gonna put it in your Discord, okay?
Yes, I need it in my life.
Yep. It's literally just a website, and you plug in the usernames of the two people who, or the 2 or 3 or more people who are streaming, and Turter, it just brings up a little website with everybody. So
so I
yeah,
just paste that into my chitty chat.
Just paste that into your chitty chat. If you have stream elements, you can even set up a timer to have it go. Post that every like 5 minutes or so.
Never mind, Panda's got it.
Panda got it.
My adult shape person hasn't betrayed me today.
Well, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna keep reading because we're already off track.
Okay.
It'll happen all the time. All right, let's see. Harry was particularly keen to avoid trouble with his aunt and uncle at the moment, as they were already in an especially bad mood with him, all because he'd received a telephone call from a fellow wizard 1 week into the school vacation. Ron Weasley, who was one of Harry's best friends at Hogwarts, came from a whole family of wizards. This meant that he knew a lot of things Harry didn't, but had never used a telephone before. Most unluckily, it had been Uncle Vernon who had answered the call. Vernon Dursley speaking! Harry, who happened to be in the room at the time, froze as he heard Ron's voice answer. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? I want to talk to Harry Potter! Ron was yelling so loudly that Uncle Vernon jumped and held the receiver a foot away from his ear, staring at it with an expression of mingled fury and alarm. Who is this? He roared in the direction of the mouthpiece. Who are you? Ron Weasley! Ron bellowed back as though he and Uncle Vernon were speaking from opposite ends of the football field. I'm friend of Harry's from school! Uncle Vernon's small eyes swiveled around to Harry, who was rooted on the spot. There is no Harry Potter here, he roared, now holding the receiver at arm's length as though frightened it might explode. I don't know what school you're talking about. Never contact me again. Don't you come near my family. And he threw the receiver back onto the telephone as if dropping a poisonous spider. The fight that had followed had been one of the worst ever. How dare you give this number to people like you? Uncle Vernon had roared, spraying Harry with spit as I just have my computer screen actually. Give me 2 seconds. Uncle Vernon can't speak without like a tsunami coming out of your throat and mouth, so just, keep that in mind.
Please prepare a windscreen.
Yes.
Face shields.
Oh my gosh. I just need Doodle Spit as I need to have Doodle Spit be an emote.
Oh god.
Ron obviously realized that he'd gotten Harry in trouble because he hadn't called the inn. Harry's other best friend from Hogwarts, Hermione Granger, hadn't been in touch either. Oh Jesus, Panda. Harry's other best friend. Let's see. Harry suspected that Ron had warned Hermione not to call, which was a pity because Hermione, the cleverest witch in Harry's year, had Muggle parents, knew perfectly well how to use a telephone, and would probably have had enough sense not to say that she went to Hogwarts. So Harry had no word from any of his wizarding friends for 5 long weeks. and this summer was turning out to be almost as bad as the last one. There was just one very small improvement. After swearing that he wouldn't use her to send letters to any of his friends, Harry had been allowed to let his owl Hedwig out at night. Uncle Vernon had given in because the racket Hedwig made if she was locked in her cage all the time.
Well, I would make a
Harry,
racket if I was locked in a cage all the time, too.
I mean, let's be
Let's be
honest,
real.
Harry's situation and Hedwig's situation are very much not different.
No.
The only difference is Harry is not allowed to make noise because the wizarding government's kind of a jerk and is like, oh, his parents are abusing him again. Cool!
I need a book stand for my desk.
Ooh, that would be smart. And then you could just like sit back and then turn the page, turn the page.
Turn the page to page
394.
4.
You gotta hold the F for as long
You
as
also
you can
gotta
so your
look
lips tingle.
absolutely constipated while trying to say it.
Well, that's a new thing I'm gonna have to draw now. Just do the going. Fall. Fall. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Harry finished writing about Wendelin the Weird and paused to listen again. The silence in the dark house was only broken by the distant, grunting snores of his enormous cousin, Dudley. It must be very late, Harry thought. His eyes were itching with tiredness. Perhaps he'd finish his essay tomorrow night. He replaced the top of the ink bottle, pulled an old pillowcase from under his bed, put the flashlight, a history of magic, his essay, quill, and ink inside of it. Got out of bed and hid the lot under a loose floorboard under his bed. Then he stood up, stretched, and checked the time on the luminous alarm clock on his bedside table. It was 1 in the morning. Harry's stomach gave a funny jolt. He had been 13 years old without realizing it for a whole hour. Yet another unusual thing about Harry was how little he looked forward to his birthdays. He'd never received a birthday card in his life. The Dursleys had completely ignored his last 2 birthdays, and he had no reason to suppose they would remember this one. Harry walked across the dark room, past Hedwig's large, empty cage, to the open window. He leaned on the sill, the cool night air pleasant on his face after a long time under the blankets. Hedwig had been absent for 2 nights now. Harry wasn't worried about her. She'd been gone this long before, but he hoped she'd be back soon. She was the only living creature in the house who didn't flinch at the sight of him. Oh, gosh.
Well, to be fair, they did give Dudley a tail, so...
And he'll do it again if he has to. Frickin' Dursleys. Harry, though, still rather small and skinny for his age, had grown a few inches over the last year. His jet black hair, however, was just as it always had been. Stubbornly untidy, whatever he did to it. The eyes behind his glasses were bright green, and on his forehead, clearly visible through his hair, was a thin scar shaped like a bolt of lightning. Of all the unusual things about Harry, this scar was the most extraordinary of all. It was not, as the Dursleys had pretended for 10 years, a souvenir of the car crash that had killed Harry's parents, because Lily and James Potter had not died in a car crash. They had been murdered. Murdered by the most feared dark wizard for 100 years, Lord Voldemort.
I'm opening the
Harry...
Voldemort Pez because now every time Voldemort comes out, this jerpy-looking Voldemort needs to make its appearance on screen.
Instead of take a shot, take a Pez.
Take a Pez.
Take a Pez whenever these characters' names coming out.
Or whenever, Harry's scar hurts.
Ah, my scar! Oh, it's time to eat his neck.
Voldemort.
Oh, I sent you a TikTok, by the way, before this.
Oh, did you? I will have to peruse it.
It's about Voldemort. It's amazing. Harry had escaped from the same attack with nothing more than a scar on his forehead where Voldemort's curse, instead of killing him, had rebounded upon its originator. Barely alive, Voldemort had fled. But Harry had come face to face with him at Hogwarts. Remembering their last meeting as he stood at the dark window, Harry had to admit he was lucky even to have reached his 13th birthday. He's scared. Gosh. Trouble magnet! Harry Potter! Whee!
McGonagall's already filling out the paperwork, just waiting to date it.
She's just like,
She's like, this is going to happen. I'll just add a date when it happens. It'll be fine.
Professor, what are you doing? Oh, just getting ready for what?
Harry Potter.
Them.
They're back.
Those three.
Okay, now they're all open.
Awesome.
Yes.
They're not mint condition anymore. No.
Oh, I don't care.
I know. Let's see. He scanned the scary, all lightning bolts.
All lightning bolts all the time on the Home Shopping Network.
Why is the sky flesh colored? It's Harry Potter. That's normal, dear. He scanned the starry night sky for a sign of Hedwig, perhaps soaring back to him with a dead mouse dangling from her beak, expecting praise. Gazing absently over the rooftops, it was a few seconds before Harry realized what he was seeing. Silhouetted against the golden moon and growing larger every moment was a large, strangely lopsided creature, and it was flapping in Harry's direction. He stood quite still, watching it sink lower and lower. For a split second he hesitated, his hand on the window latch, wondering whether to slam it shut. But then the bizarre creature soared over one of the street lamps of Privet Drive, and Harry, realizing what it was, leapt aside. Through the window soared three owls, two of them holding up the third, which appeared to be unconscious. They
Ladies
landed
and
with a
gentlemen,
soft
enter stage right.
Errol!
Errol.
Da 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 da.
The dead. That poor owl.
Poor owl. They landed with a soft flump on Harry's bed, and the middle owl, which was large. Hey Hezzy, how you doing? Sorry, I had to announce. I'd say hi really quick, but hello Hezzy. Okay, and the middle owl, which was large and gray, keeled over and lay motionless. There was a large package tied to its legs. Harry recognized the unconscious owl at once. His name was Errol, and he belonged to the Weasley family. Harold dashed to the bed, untied the cords around Errol's legs, took off the parcel, and then carried Errol to Hedwig's cage. Harold opened one bleary eye, gave a feeble of thanks, and began to gulp some water. Harry turned to the remaining owls. One of them, the large snowy female, was his own, Hedwig. She too was carrying a parcel and looked extremely pleased with herself. She gave Harry an affectionate nip with her beak as he removed her burden, and then flew across the room to join Errol. Harry didn't recognize the third owl, a tawny, handsome one, but he knew at once where he had come from because, in addition to a third package, it was carrying a letter bearing the Hogwarts crest. When Harry relieved this owl of its burden, it ruffled its feathers importantly, stretched its wings, and took off through the window into the night. Harry sat down on his.
Shit show.
She's just like, I would suggest getting a different owl. And Harry's like, it's not mine. It's Ron. And then Ron's voice from downstairs, it's not. Tell him it's Ron, my family.
I'm still in the cabinet.
Do they know I'm here?
No, you have too many kids. They haven't noticed you're missing it.
I know. Hello.
Let me in.
He's very almost but not quite. Let's see. Harry sat down on his bed and grabbed Errol's package, ripped off the brown paper, and discovered a present wrapped in gold, and his first ever birthday card.
Here.
Fingers trembling slightly, he opened the envelope. Two pieces of paper fell out, a letter and a newspaper clipping. The clipping had clearly come out of the wizarding newspaper, the Daily Prophet, because the people in the black and white picture were moving. Harry picked up the clipping, smoothed it out, and read, Ministry of Magic employee scoops grand prize. Arthur Weasley, head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office at the Ministry of Magic, has won the annual Daily Prophet Grand Prize Galleon Draw. A delighted Mr. Weasley told the Daily Prophet, we will be spending the gold on a summer holiday in Egypt, where our eldest son, Bill, works as a curse breaker for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The Weasley family will be spending a month in Egypt, returning for the start of the new school year at Hogwarts, which 5 of the Weasley children currently attend. Harry scanned the moving photograph, and a grin spread across his face as he saw all 9 of the Weasleys waving furiously at him, standing in front
Ron's
of
in the cupboard. It's pulling your motion. We're not going to get very far tonight.
No. Plump little Mrs. Weasley, tall, balding Mr. Weasley, 6 sons and 1 daughter, all, though the black and white picture didn't show it, with flaming red hair. Right in the middle of the picture was Ron, tall and gangling, with his pet rat Scabbers on his shoulder and his arm around his little sister, Ginny. Harry couldn't think of anyone who deserved to win a large pile of gold more than the Weasleys, who were very nice and extremely poor. He picked up Ron's letter and unfolded it. Ronald Weasley, how dare you take your father's car? No, sorry. How dare you take your father's car?
Can we not relive the 888 number reading of the
how Howlers in our canon are instead of sound like a call girl if you guys are know what that is.
Yep.
Put one more toe out of line, and your father and I will be taking you straight home.
Doodle, we're not reliving that. It's all flashbacks. We're
Okay.
not doing it.
But this is Ron's letter. So he unfolded it, and it said, "Dear Harry, happy birthday! Look, I'm really sorry about that telephone call. I hope the Muggles didn't give you a hard time. I asked Dad, and he reckons I shouldn't have shouted. It's amazing who in the cupboard. Bill's taken us around all the tombs, and you wouldn't believe the curses of all the Egyptian wizards put on them. Mom wouldn't let Ginny come in the last one. There were all these skeletons in there of Muggles who'd broken in and grown extra heads and stuff.
Mine says mutant skeletons.
Oh gosh, that's even better. Mutant skeletons, Harry! It was terrifying! Why couldn't it have been butterflies?
Why is it always spiders?
I found the source of the ticking! It's a bite bomb! Yay! That was Panda in my comment, in my chat.
What?
That was Panda in my chat. I found the source of the ticking! It's a bite bomb! Yay!
God.
I couldn't believe it when Dad won the Daily Profit draw. 700 galleons! Most of it's gone on this trip, but they're going to buy me a new wand for next year! I forgot about that.
Maybe I won't have slugs.
Harry remembered only too well the occasion when Ron's old wand had snapped. It had happened when the car the two of them had been flying to Hogwarts had crashed into a tree on the school grounds. We'll be back about a week before term starts, and we'll be going up to London to get my wand and our new books. Any chance of meeting you there? Don't let the Muggles get you down. Try and come to London. Ron. P.S. Percy's head boy. He got the letter last week.
There's his matching nipple ring.
Oh.
to go with the prefect badge and the other one.
Oh my goodness. Percy's in love with himself also. This is canon. I'm not going to go into detail about the kind of things he does with himself, but
and the
Mirror said that he has conveniently stored in the corridors of the Slytherin common room. All I will say is that when he was a prefect, his prefect badge was pinned through his nipple.
It's a nipple.
And now he has a head boy badge, which I imagine will go in the other, like as Classique said. So just
matching set.
Just keep that in mind as we continue on. Harry glanced back at the photograph. Percy, who was in his 7th and final year of Hogwarts, thank goodness, was looking particularly smug. He had pinned his head boy badge to the fez, perched jauntily on top of his neat hair, his horn-rimmed glasses flashing in the Egyptian sun. Harry now turned to his present and unwrapped it. Inside was what looked like a miniature glass spinning top. There was another note from Ron beneath it. Harry, this is his pocket sneakoscope. If there's someone untrustworthy around, it's supposed to light up and spin. Bill says it's rubbish sold for wizard tourists and isn't reliable because it kept lighting up at dinner last night. Oh, gosh. But he didn't realize Fred and George had put beetles in his soup. Bye, Ron! Foreshadowing! Harry put the pocket sneakoscope on his bedside table, where it stood quite still, balanced on its point, reflecting the luminous hands of his clock.
Yeah, as I forgot, Panda pointed out, foreshadowing. Dun, dun, dun!
Dun, dun! That's what they just put in my chat, too.
Yeah. I forgot my dun, dun, dun. I'm sorry, I put
dun,
it all down.
Dun, dun! That's so good. He looked at it happily for a few seconds, then picked up the parcel Hedwig had brought. Inside this, too, there was a wrapped present, a card and a letter, this time from Hermione. Dear Harry, Ron wrote to me and told me about his phone call to your Uncle Vernon. I do hope you're all right. She hit puberty, so she's a little older now. I'm on holiday in France at the moment, and I didn't know how I was going to send this to you. What if they'd opened it at customs? But then Hedwig turned up. I think she wanted to make sure you got something for your birthday for a change. I bought your present by owl order. There was an advertisement in the Daily Prophet. I've been getting it delivered. It's so good to keep up with what's going on in the wizarding world. Did you see that picture of Ron and his family a week ago? I bet he's learning loads. I'm really jealous.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
yes, Ron.
that's exactly what he's doing.
I smell Hermione's perfume, Harry!
How do I push this button? What does it do?
Ah!
I'm in the cupboard again!
Oh, look at back here!
That's it. Prisoner of Azkaban. Ron randomly ends up in cupboards. That's just what's gonna
Yes.
happen.
Every CD has to collapse out of one, at least. Sometimes he'll go out of a cupboard and stumble into another cupboard. It's fun. There's a light! And it's not the Jesus one! It's a mean one, Harry! Help!
I found the Grinch!
Well, this time I found Nadia, Harry, but the Jesus line's already dead! And I have to wait 3 whole days for him to come back!
Sorry, Jesus! I'm not okay! I'm not okay!
None of us are. See, there's an interesting local history of witchcraft here, too. I've rewritten my whole history of magic essay to include some of the things I found out. I hope it's not too long. It's 2 rolls of parchment more than Professor Binns asked for.
He's dead. What else has he got to do?
He's dead. I was like, he is going to be like, he sounds like the guy from Curb Your Enthusiasm. Do you know what I mean? Like, today, class, we're going to be... He's Bueller guy. Bueller. Bill Stein, that's his name. He's Bill Stein.
Yes, he is.
Ron says he's going to be in London in the last week of the holiday. Can you make it? Will your aunt and uncle let you come? I really hope you can. If not, I'll see you on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Love, from Hermione. P.S. Ron says Percy's head boy. I'll bet Percy's really pleased. Ron doesn't seem too happy about it. Harry, yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody is.
No, because his mom made him go to the tattoo parlor while he got his other nipple pierced and now he's scarred for life.
And Molly's just like, this is embarrassing. Percy! I feel like their family like disowns Percy. You were getting tucked in. Oh, Hezzy, am I reading you to sleep? Okay. I'll make sure I read in my best soothing voice for you.
Not gonna work. Not gonna I'm here, remember?
Harry laughed as he put Hermione's letter aside and picked up her present. It was very heavy.
Okay, no, we're done. Pineapples!
Oh, please. My safe word has changed. Did I not tell you?
Tonight's safe word is marshmallow.
It's Dobby's sock.
Dobby's sock.
Dobby's sock.
Marshmallow.
Run. Expect a Patronus. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, Harry laughed as he put Hermione's letter aside and picked up her present. It was very heavy. Knowing Hermione, he was sure it would be a large book full of difficult spells, but it wasn't. His heart gave a huge bound as he ripped back the paper and saw a sleek black leather case with silver words stamped across it reading broomstick.
And the Doodle's new safe word is
What's the safe word?
I can't you, I'm not okay.
Puss ow. Puss ow.
My person has betrayed me.
Puss ow. Puss ow. Well, honey, I have to take the splinters out, okay? You can't just run headfirst into doors. Puss ow.
That felt targeted.
I may or may not sometimes run into my bedroom door occasionally by accident. It's fine. with silverwood tipped across it reading Broomstick Servicing Kit. Wow, Hermione, Harry whispered, unzipping the case to look inside. There was a large jar of Fleetwood's high finish handle polish, a pair of gleaming silver tail twig clippers, a tiny brass compass to clip on your broom for long journeys, and a handbook of do it yourself broom care. Apart from his friends, the thing that Harry missed most about Hogwarts was Quidditch, the most popular sport in the magical world. Highly dangerous, very exciting, and played on broomsticks. Harry happened to be a very good Quidditch player. He had been the youngest in a century to be picked for one of the Hogwarts house teams. One of Harry's most prized possessions was his Nimbus 2000 racing broom. Harry put the leather case aside and picked up his last parcel. He recognized the untidy scroll on the brown paper at once. This was from Hagrid,
That's
the
from
Hogwarts
Hagrid.
game. I
He bought
cannot
it with the
you
proceeds from his OnlyFans.
I yeah.
You forgot that was a thing.
I was gonna go into this thing where I was like, I love Hagrid. He was like his first parental figure that he could remember, and then you're like, OnlyFans, and I'm like, he was his daddy.
In more ways than one.
No, like literally, you said OnlyFans, and my brain switched to daddy like mid thought, and I was like, he was his daddy. Oh
I broke
man,
two!
and I'm sad now.
It only took 53 minutes and I broke them. New record.
Well, I I broke book one. Okay.
I did.
Let's see. Okay, the parcel gave a strange quiver, and whatever was inside it snapped loudly as though it had jaws. Harry froze. He knew that Hagrid would never send him anything dangerous on purpose, but then Hagrid didn't have a normal person's view of what was dangerous. Hagrid had been known to befriend giant spiders, buy vicious three-headed dogs from men in pubs, and sneak illegal dragon eggs into his cabin. I think my wife is trying to get in, but she might have locked the door by accident. Hold on.
Go rescue your wife.
Hold on. I'm coming, honey.
He was on a rescue mission. Oh, jeez.
I think you locked the door instead of unlocked it, dear. Yes. Oh, you don't have the key. That makes more sense. Book club is going crazy.
Oh, it's a thing. Oh, gosh. Harry poked the parcel nervously as it snapped loudly again. Harry reached for the lamp on his bedside table, gripped it firmly in one hand, and raised it over his head, ready to strike. Then he seized
I
the
am
rest of
back,
the wrapping
sorry.
paper in his other hand and pulled.
I am back.
You're back.
Um,
I kept going.
Everybody say hi, Foxfire.
Hi, wife!
Okay, yes. Her backy is hurting, so she's gonna take an Advil and then go lay down, unfortunately. Let's see. And out fell a book. Harry just had time to. Whoopsie, I put up a thing. Hold on.
What did you do?
Harry just had time. I accidentally moved my mouse over the page and it showed like a little thing at the bottom that covered the words. Harry just had time to register its handsome green cover, emblazoned with the golden title, The Monster Book of Monsters. Panda says, get better soon, dear. Your back is. She's going to take an Advil and she should be okay. Tis her lower back. Oh. Let's see. The golden title. Stretch it out, exactly. Golden title, The Monster Book of Monsters, before it flipped onto its edge and scuttled sideways along the bed like some weird crab. Uh-oh, Harry muttered. The book toppled off the bed with a loud clunk and shuffled rapidly across the room. Harry followed it stealthily. The book was hiding in the dark space under his desk. Praying that the Dursleys were still fast asleep, Harry got down on his hands and knees and reached toward it. Ouch! The book snapped shut on his hand and then flapped past him, still scuttling on its covers. Harry scrambled around, threw himself forward, and managed to flatten it. Uncle Vernon gave a loud, sleepy grunt in the room next door. Hedwig and Errol watched interestedly as Harry clamped the struggling book tightly in his arms, hurried to his chest of drawers, and pulled out a belt which he buckled tightly around it. The monster book shuddered angrily but could no longer flap and snap, so Harry threw it down on the bed and reached for Hagrid's card. Dear Harry, happy birthday! Think you might find this useful for next year? Won't say no more here. Tell you when I see you. Hope the muggles are treating you right. All the best, Hagrid. It struck Harry as ominous that Hagrid thought a biting book would come in useful, but he put Hagrid's card up next to Ron and Hermione's, grinning more broadly than ever. Now there was only the letter from Hogwarts left. Noticing that it was rather thicker than usual, Harry slid open the envelope, pulled out the first page of parchment within, and read, Dear Mr. Potter, please note that this new school year will begin on September the 1st. The Hogwarts Express will leave from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4 at 11 o'clock. Third years are permitted to visit the village of Hogsmeade on certain weekends. Please give the enclosed permission form to your parent or guardian to sign. A list of books for next year is enclosed. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry pulled out the Hogsmeade permission slip and looked at it, no longer grinning. It would be wonderful to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. He knew it was an entirely wizarding village, and he had never set foot there. But how on earth was he going to persuade Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia to sign the form? He looked over at the alarm clock. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or in the morning.
Time flies when you're having
Oh
fun with
god,
the monster book.
time flies. Honestly. Deciding that he'd worry about the Hogsmeade form when he woke up, Harry got back into bed and reached up to cross off another day on the chart he'd made for himself, counting down the days days left until his return to Hogwarts. Then he took off his glasses and lay down, eyes open, facing his 3 birthday cards. Extremely unusual though he was, at that moment, Harry Potter felt just like everyone else, glad for the first time in his life that it was his birthday. Aw, it's birthday boy Harry Potter. He's so happy little boy.
He's a happy, happy
He's a
camper.
happy,
I
happy
do like how
boy.
they did the Monster Book of Monsters in the movie, though.
Yes, I will agree. Like having the book be introduced later at like his freaking yes instead of at the Dursleys.
No, like the way they depict it. Here it's just a green book that scuttles around like a crab and flaps around. But there it's
Oh,
got fur and
it's a
it's got teeth and
monster.
it's got eyes and
It's a little spooky.
it is, but I like what they did with it. I'm here for it.
I agree. I agree.
Now it's my turn to
I,
read, and you guys will discover that I do not have a mastery on the English language.
it's okay. I don't either.
I commonly
I
forget
will.
where I am and how words work.
My only complaint I will say about wizards is why would you make a book about monsters like evil? Like what point are you trying to get across? Like, oh, look at this monster book, and now I'm going to actually turn it into a monster. Theming.
Because I can.
Why? Wizards are so dumb.
Pens. Just get a pen. Please.
Pens.
Put down the
Oh yeah,
quill.
they make Harry do his homework in quills, and I'm like, are you kidding me? That's so mean.
Just get a Sharpie. Like, you'll be okay. It's
It's just
fine.
pencil, pen, anything. Do you know how expensive
Crayon.
ink is nowadays? Like seriously.
Oh, they're probably like magical squids that just forget that.
It just kind of flies through the Dursley household from time to time and lands in the inkwell, just like this little floating blob does. Ooh.
Now we are introduced to Aunt Marge.
Lovely picture on the front, dear.
Oh.
Here we go.
I'm gonna take a drink before we do this.
Here we go.
Itchy eyeball. Aunt Marge's big mistake. Harry went down to breakfast the next morning to find the 3 Dursleys already sitting around the kitchen table. They were watching a brand new television. A welcome home for the summer present for Dudley, who had been complaining loudly about the long walk between the fridge and the television in the living room. Dudley had spent most of his summer in the kitchen, his little piggy eyes fixed on the screen and his 5 chins wobbling as he ate continually.
He only had 4 chins last year. This is improved. Character development. Yay.
Character development. Harry sat down between Dudley and Uncle Vernon, a large, beefy man with very little neck and a lot of mustache. Far from wishing Harry a happy birthday, None of the Dursleys gave any sign that they had noticed Harry enter the room, but Harry was far too used to this to care. He helped himself to a piece of toast and looked at the newsreader on the television, who was halfway through a report on an escaped convict. The public is warned that Black is armed and extremely dangerous. A special hotline has been set up, and any sighting of Black should be reported immediately. No need to tell us he's no good, snorted Uncle Vernon, staring over the top of his newspaper at the prisoner. Look at the state of him. A filthy layabout. Look at his hair. Okay. No need. Oh, see, I lost my place already. He shot a nasty look sideways at Harry, whose untidy hair had always been a source of great annoyance to Uncle Vernon. Compared to the man on the television, however, whose gaunt face was surrounded by a matted, elbow-length tangle, Harry felt very well groomed indeed. The newsreader had repeated. The Ministry for Agriculture and Fisheries will announce today. Hang on, barked Uncle Vernon, staring furiously at the newsreader. You didn't tell us where the maniacs escaped from. What use is it? Lunatic could be coming up the street right now. Aunt Petunia, who was bony and horse-faced, whipped around and peered intently at the kitchen window. Harry knew Aunt Petunia would simply love to be the one to call the hotline number. She was the nosiest woman in the world and spent most of her life spying on her boring, law-abiding neighbors. When will they learn, said Uncle Vernon, pounding on the table with his large purple fist, that hanging's the only way to deal with these people? Okay. Very true, said Aunt Petunia, who was still squinting into next door's runner beans.
Beans!
Beans! Uncle Vernon drained his teacup, glanced at his watch, and added, I'd better be off in a minute, Petunia. Marge's train gets in at 10. Harry,
Ugh.
whose thoughts had been upstairs with the broomstick servicing kit, was brought back to earth with an unpleasant bump. Aunt Marge? He blurted out. She's not coming here, is she? Aunt Marge was Uncle Vernon's sister. Even though she was not a blood relative of Harry's, whose mother had been Aunt Petunia's sister, he had been forced to call her aunt all his life. Aunt Marge lived in the country, in a house with a large garden where she bred bulldogs. She didn't often stay in Privet Drive because she couldn't bear to leave her precious dogs, but each of her visits stood out horribly vividly in Harry's mind. At Dudley's 5th birthday party, Aunt Marge had whacked Harry around his shins with her walking stick to stop him beating Dudley at musical statues. A few years later, she had turned up at Christmas with a computerized robot for Dudley and a box of dog biscuits for Harry. On her last visit, the year before Harry had started at Hogwarts, Harry had accidentally trodden on the paw of her favorite dog. Ripper had chased Harry out into the garden and up a tree, and Aunt Marge had refused to call him off until past midnight. The memory of this incident still brought tears of laughter to Dudley's eyes. Marge will be here for a week, Uncle Vernon snarled, and while we're on this subject, he pointed a fat finger threateningly at Harry, we need to get a few things straight before I go and collect her. Dudley smirked and withdrew his gaze from the television. Watching Harry being bullied by Uncle Vernon was Dudley's favorite form of entertainment. Firstly, growled Uncle Vernon, you'll keep a civil tongue in your head when you're talking to Marge. All right, said Harry bitterly, if she does when she's talking to me. Secondly, said Uncle Vernon, acting as though he had not heard Harry's reply, as Marge doesn't know anything about your abnormality, I don't want any funny stuff while she's here. You behave yourself. Got me? I will if she does, said Harry through gritted teeth. And thirdly, said Uncle Vernon, his mean little eyes now slits in his great purple face, we've told Marge you attend St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys. What? Harry yelled, and you'll be sticking to that story, boy, or there'll be trouble, spat Uncle Vernon. Harry sat there, white-faced and furious, staring at Uncle Vernon hardly able to believe it. Aunt Marge, coming for a week-long visit. It was the worst birthday present the Dursleys had ever given him, including that pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks. Well, Petunia, said Uncle Vernon, getting heavily to his feet, I'll be off to the station then. Want to come along for the ride, Dudders? No, said Dudley, whose attention had returned to the television now that Uncle Vernon had finished threatening Harry. Duddy's got to make himself smart for his auntie, said Aunt Petunia, smoothing Dudley's thick blonde hair. Mummy's bought him a lovely new bow tie. Uncle Vernon clapped Dudley on his porky shoulder. See you in a bit, then, he said, and left the kitchen. Harry, who had been sitting in a kind of horrified trance, had a sudden idea. Abandoning his toast, he got quickly to his feet and followed Uncle Vernon to the front door. Uncle Vernon was pulling on his car coat. I'm not taking you, he snarled as he turned to see Harry watching him. Like I wanted to come, Harry said coldly. I want to ask you something. Uncle Vernon eyed him suspiciously. Third years at my school are allowed to visit the village sometimes, said Harry. So, snapped Uncle Vernon, taking his car keys from the hook next to the door. I need you to sign the permission form, said Harry in a rush. Why would I do that? Sneered Uncle Vernon. Well, said Harry, choosing his words carefully, it'll be hard work, pretending to Aunt Marge that I go to St. What's-It, St. Brutus's Secure Center for Incurably Criminal Boys, bellowed Uncle Vernon, and Harry was pleased to hear a definite note of panic in Uncle Vernon's voice. Exactly, said Harry, looking calmly into Uncle Vernon's large purple face. It's a lot to remember. I'll have to make it sound convincing, won't I? What if I accidentally let something slip? You'll get the stuffing knocked out of you, won't you? Roared Uncle Vernon, advancing on Harry, his fist raised, but Harry stood his ground. Knocking the stuffing out of me won't make Aunt Marge forget what I could tell her, he said grimly. Uncle Vernon stopped, his fist still raised, his face an ugly puce. But if you sign my permission form, Harry went on quickly, I swear I'll remember that I'm supposed to go where I'm supposed to go to school, and I'll act like I'm normal and everything. Harry could tell that Uncle Vernon was thinking it over, even if his teeth were bared and a vein was throbbing in his temple. Right, he snapped finally. I shall monitor your behavior carefully during Marge's visit. If, at the end of it, you've toed the line and kept the story, I'll sign your ready form. He wheeled around, pulled open the front door, and slammed it so hard that one of the little panes of glass at the top fell out. Harry didn't return to the kitchen. He went back upstairs to his bedroom. If he was going to act like a real muggle, he'd better start now. Slowly and sadly, he gathered up all his presents and his birthday cards and hid them under the loose floorboard with his homework. He went to Hedwig's cage. Errol seemed to have recovered, and he and Hedwig were both asleep, heads under their wings. Harry sighed and then poked them both awake. Hedwig, he said gloomily, you're going to have to clear off for a week. Go with Errol. Ron will look after you. I'll write him a note explaining. And don't look at me like that. Hedwig's large amber eyes were reproachful. It's not my fault. It's the only way I'll be allowed to visit Hogsmeade with Ron and Hermione. 10 minutes later, Errol and Hedwig, who had a note to Ron bound to her legs, soared out the window and out of sight. Harry, now feeling thoroughly miserable, put the empty cage away inside the wardrobe. But Harry didn't have long to brood. In next to no time, Aunt Petunia was shrieking up the stairs for Harry to come down and get ready to welcome their guest. Do something about your hair, Aunt Petunia snapped as he reached the hall. Harry couldn't see the point of trying to make his hair lie flat. Aunt March loved criticizing him, so the untidier he looked, the happier she would be. All too soon, there was a crunch of gravel outside as Uncle Vernon's car pulled back into the driveway. Then, the clunk of the car doors and footsteps up the garden path. Get the door, Aunt Petunia hissed at Harry, feeling a stroke.
You got it.
I can do this.
You can do it.
A feeling of great gloom in his stomach, Harry pulled the door open. On the threshold stood Aunt Marge. She was very like Uncle Vernon, large, beefy, and purple-faced. She even had a mustache, though not as bushy as his. What do I picture two of the Three Stooges standing on the doorstep right now? In one hand, she held an enormous suitcase, and tucked under the other one was an old and evil-tempered bulldog. Where's my dudders? Roared Aunt Marge. Where's my nephew? As her chin slapped.
Come to the water. She's secretly Octodad.
Why is this a thing?
If there's something wrong with the baby, there's something wrong with the.
Where's my nephew Pooh? Dudley came waddling down the hall, his blonde hair plastered flat to his head, a bow tie just visible under his many chins. Aunt Marge thrust the suitcase into Harry's stomach, knocking the wind out of him, seized Dudley in a tight one-armed hug, and planted a large kiss on his cheek. Harry knew perfectly well that Dudley only put up with Aunt Marge's hugs because he was well paid for it. And sure enough, when they broke apart, Dudley had a crisp 20-pound note clutched in his fat fist. Petunia! Shouted Aunt Marge, striding past Harry as though he was a hat stand. Aunt Marge and Aunt Petunia kissed, or rather Aunt Marge bumped her large jaw against Petunia's bony cheekbone. Uncle Vernon now came in, smiling jovially as he shut the door. "Tea, Marge?" he said. "And what will Ripper take?" "Ripper can have some tea out of my saucer," said Aunt Marge, as they all... Yeah, internally
No
vomiting.
wonder that dog is so miserable. They keep feeding him tea. Like that's bad for dogs' tummies.
I really don't think the dog's miserable because of that. I think the dog's just miserable.
Well, I mean, yes, he's a Dursley, so obviously he's
He's
just
just
not going to be happy.
miserable by default.
Exactly, but still, oof,
So they all
poor
trooped
dog.
into the kitchen, leaving Harry alone in the hall with the suitcase. But Harry wasn't complaining. Any excuse to not be with Aunt Marge was fine by him. So he began to heave the great case upstairs into the spare bedroom, taking as long as he could. By the time he got back to the kitchen, Aunt Marge had been supplied with tea and fruitcake, and Ripper was lapping noisily in the corner. Harry saw Aunt Petunia wince slightly as specks of tea and drool flecked the clean floor. Aunt Petunia hated animals. "Who's looking after the other dogs, Marge?" Uncle Vernon asked. "Oh, I've got Colonel Fubbuster?
Pubster,
Fubster!
Pubster, Pubster.
Fubster!
Yo, Pubster.
Fubster!
Hey,
This
that's like in Cheers,
90-year-old
and they all go
colonel.
Norm.
This 90-year-old colonel, this guy, Ralph, or sorry, Reginald. We'll go with Reginald from last night. Just
He's
comes
like
true
dead.
to the...
He's like dead.
Fubster!
Pubster. He's like actually like moment she left, he like no, passed out dead. Like he's dead, gone.
He's gone. No one's watching the
All the
dogs.
dogs are eating him.
Oh, gross. I've got
Well,
Colonel
they're
Fubster
they're
managing them.
Dursleys.
Very true. Boomed Aunt Marge. "He's retired now. Good for him to have something to do. But I couldn't leave poor old Ripper. He pines if he's away from me. Probably because you stopped feeding
Oh,
him. He doesn't like you. He likes the food that falls from your jowls." Ripper began to growl again as Harry sat down. This directed Aunt Marge's attention to Harry for the first time. "So," she barked, "still here, are you?" "Yes," said Harry. "Don't you say yes in that ungrateful tone," Aunt Marge growled. "It's damn good of Vernon and Petunia to keep you. Wouldn't have done it myself. You'd have gone straight to an orphanage if you'd been dumped on my doorstep." Harry's bursting to say that he'd rather live in an orphanage than with the Dursleys, but the thought of Hogsmeade form stopped him. He forced his face into a painful smile. "Don't you smirk at me," boomed Aunt Marge. "I can see you haven't improved since I last saw you. I hope that school would knock some manners into you." She took a large gulp of tea, wiped her mustache, and said, Where is it that you send him again, Vernon?" "St. Brutus's," said Uncle Vernon promptly. "First-rate institution for hopeless cases." "I see," said Aunt Marge. "Do they use the cane at St. Brutus's, boy?" She barked across the table. Uncle Vernon nodded curtly behind Aunt Marge's back. "Yes," said Harry, then feeling he might as well do the thing properly. He had it all the time. "Excellent," said Aunt Marge. "I won't have this namby-pamby wishy-washy nonsense about not hitting people who deserve it. A good thrashing is what is needed in 99 cases out of 100. Have you been beaten often?" "Oh yeah," said Harry, loads of times.
that was my favorite part of the movie. Oh yeah, loads of times. That was like Daniel Radcliffe for the win. Sorry. I was like, that was a wonderful acting choice.
Yes. Aunt Marge narrowed her eyes. "I still don't like your tone, boy. If you can speak of your beatings in such a casual way, they clearly aren't hitting you hard enough. Petunia, I'd write, if I were you, make it clear that you approve of use of extreme force in this boy's case." Perhaps Uncle Vernon was worried that Harry might forget their bargain. In any case, he changed the subject abruptly. "Heard the news this morning, Marge? What happened? Yeah, about that escaped prisoner, eh?" As my Canadian came out there so hard. I'm sorry, that went from British to I am Canadian so fast. I saw the
So
word A and
hard.
it was just like... As Aunt Marge started to make herself at home, Harry caught himself thinking almost longingly of life at number 4 without her. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia usually encouraged Harry to stay out of their way, which Harry was only too happy to do. Aunt Marge, on the other hand, wanted Harry under her eye at all times so she could boom out suggestions for his improvement. She delighted in comparing Harry with Dudley and took huge pleasure in buying Dudley expensive presents while glaring at Harry as though daring him to ask why he hadn't got a present too. She also kept throwing out dark hints about what made Harry such an unsatisfactory person. You mustn't blame yourself for the way the boys turned out, Vernon, she said over lunch on the third day. If there's something rotten on the inside, there's nothing anyone can do about it. Harry tried to concentrate on his food, but his hands shook and his face starting to burn with anger. Remember the form, he told himself. Think about Hogsmeade. Don't say anything. Don't rise. Aunt Marge reached for her glass of wine. It's one of the basic rules of breeding, she said. You see it all the time in dogs. If there's something wrong with the bitch, there'll be something wrong with the pup. At that moment, the wine glass Aunt Marge was holding exploded in her hand. Shards of glass flew in every direction. Aunt Marge sputtered and blinked, her great ruddy face dripping. Marge, squealed Aunt Petunia. Marge, are you all right? Not to worry, grunted Aunt Marge, mopping her face with her napkin. I must have squeezed it too hard. Did the same thing at Colonel Fubster's the other day. No need to fuss, Petunia. I have a very firm grip. But Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon were both looking at Harry suspiciously. So he decided he better skip pudding and escape from the table as soon as he could. Outside in the hall, he leaned against the wall, breathing deeply. It had been a long time since he'd lost control and made something explode. He couldn't afford to let it happen again. The Hogsmeade form wasn't the only thing at stake. If he carried on like that, he'd be in trouble with the Ministry of Magic. Dun, dun, dun. Harry was still an underage wizard, and he was forbidden by wizard law to do magic outside of school. His record wasn't exactly clean either. Only last summer he got an official warning which had stated quite clearly that if the Ministry got wind of any more magic on Privet Drive, Harry would face expulsion from Hogwarts. He heard the Dursleys leaving the table and hurried upstairs out of the way. Harry got through the next 3 days before forcing himself to think about his handbook of do-it-yourself broom care whenever Aunt Marge started on him. This worked quite well, though it seemed to give him a glazed look because Aunt Marge started voicing the opinion that he was mentally subnormal. At last,
So
at
rude.
long last, the final evening of Marge's stay arrived. Aunt Petunia cooked a fancy dinner and Uncle Vernon uncorked several bottles of wine. They got all the way through the soup and the salmon without a single mention of Harry's faults. During the lemon meringue pie, Uncle Vernon bored them all with long talk about Grunnings, his drill-making company. Then Aunt Petunia made coffee, and Uncle Vernon brought out a bottle of brandy. Can I tempt you, Marge? Aunt Marge had already had a rather lot of wine. Her huge face was very red. Just a small one, she chuckled. Bit more than that. Bit more. That's the boy. Dudley was eating his fourth slice of pie. Aunt Petunia was sipping coffee with her little finger sticking out. Harry really wanted to disappear into his bedroom, but he met Uncle Vernon's angry little eyes and knew he would have to sit it out. Ah, said Aunt Marge, smacking her lips and putting the empty brandy glass back down. Excellent nosh, Petunia. Normally just a fry-up for me in the evening with 12 dogs to look after. She burped richly and patted her great tweed stomach. Pardon me, but I do like to see a healthy-sized boy. She went on, winking at Dudley. You'll be a proper-sized man, Deaders, like your father. Yes, I'll have a spot more brandy, Vernon. Now this one here, she jerked her head at Harry, who felt his stomach clench. The handbook, he thought quickly. This one's got a mean, runty look about him. You get that with dogs. I had Colonel Fubster drown one last year. Ratty little thing. It was weak, underbred. Harry was trying to remember page 12 of his book. A charm to cure reluctant reversers. It all comes down to blood. As I was saying the other day, bad blood will out. Now I'm saying nothing against your family, Petunia. She patted Petunia's bony hand with her shovel-like one. But your sister was a bad egg. They turn up in the best of families. She ran off with a wastrel, and this is the result right in front of us. Harry was staring at his plate, a funny ringing in his ears, grasping Broom firmly by the tail. He thought he couldn't remember what came next. Aunt Marge's voice seemed to be booming into him like one of Uncle Vernon's drills. This Potter, said Aunt Marge loudly, seizing the brandy bottle and splashing more into her glass and over the tablecloth. You never told me what he did. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia were looking extremely tense. Dudley had even looked up from his pie to gape at his parents. He didn't work, said Uncle Vernon, with half a glance at Harry. Unemployed.
Well, she has half a glass too, but
That too. As I expected, said Aunt Marge, taking a huge swig of brandy and wiping her chin on her sleeve. A no-account, good-for-nothing, lazy scrounger who he was not, and Harry suddenly. The table went very quiet. Harry was shaking all over. He'd never felt this angry in his life. More brandy, yelled Uncle Vernon, who had gone very white. He emptied the bottle into Aunt Marge's glass. You boy, he snarled at Harry. Go to bed. Go on. No, Vernon, hiccuped Aunt Marge, holding up her hand. Her tiny bloodshot eyes fixed on Harry. Go on, boy. Go on. Proud of your parents, are you? Go and got themselves killed in a car crash. Drunk, I expect. They didn't die in a car crash, said Harry, who found himself on his feet. They died in a car crash, you nasty little liar, and left you to be a burden on their decent, hard-working relatives, screamed Aunt Marge, swelling with fury. You're an insolent, ungrateful little... But Aunt Marge suddenly stopped speaking. For a moment, it looked as though words had failed her. She seemed to be swelling with inexpressible anger. But the swelling didn't stop. Her great red face started to expand. Her tiny eyes bulged and her mouth stretched too tightly for speech. Next second, several buttons burst from her tweed jacket and pinged off the walls. She was inflating like a monstrous balloon, her stomach bursting free of her tweed waistband, each of her fingers blowing up like salami. Marge! Yelled Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia together as Aunt Marge's whole body began to rise off the chair towards the ceiling. She was entirely round now, like a vast life buoy and with picky eyes. Her hands and feet stuck out weirdly as she drifted up into the air, making... I can't even words.
It's okay.
Popping noises. Ripper came skidding into the room, barking madly. No! Uncle Vernon seized one of Marge's feet and tried to pull her down again, but was almost lifted from the floor himself. Next second, Ripper had leapt forward and sunk his teeth into Uncle Vernon's leg. Harry tore from the dining room before anyone could stop him, heading for the cupboard under the stairs. The cupboard door burst magically open as he reached it. In seconds, he had heaved his trunk to the front door. He sprinted upstairs and threw himself under the bed, wrenched up the loose floorboards, and grabbed the pillowcase full of his books and birthday presents. He wriggled out, seized Hedwig's empty cage, dashed back downstairs to his trunk, just as Uncle Vernon burst out of the dining room with his trouser leg in bloody tatters. Come back in here, he bellowed. Come back in and put her right. But a reckless rage had come over Harry. He kicked his trunk open, pulled out his wand, and pointed it at Uncle Vernon. She deserved it, he said, breathing very fast. She deserved what she got. You keep away from me. He fumbled behind him for the catch on the door. I'm going. I've had enough. The next moment, he was out in the dark, quiet street, heaving his empty trunk behind him, Hedwig's cage under his arm.
Forget about me!
Help! Harry! I'm still in the cupboard!
I'm still in the cupboard, Harry! Don't forget about your friend Ron!
I'm still in the cupboard!
Still in the cupboard!
I pulled out the Pez. So now Aunt Marge is a balloon.
As she should be.
Someone just tie a string to her entire to the house. She'll be fine.
I mean, I honestly kind of wish the ministry didn't we just deflate her and put her back down. Like, nah, we can't find her, but we'll find her eventually.
Yeah, she's orbiting the moon.
Yeah. Like, yeah, there is something wrong with her. They're angry at people like you stupid muggle.
You know, I would have loved to make that chapter funny, but she is
she is terrible.
She is words.
I mean, the whole family is terrible. The whole Dursleys in general are just very terrible. And I find it funny.
About that.
Oh, what's up?
Well, come on, everybody knows. So, Harry's a Horcrux, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you saw how the Horcrux affected Ron when he wore it. Maybe the Dursleys weren't awful people. Harry was just a bad influence.
Oh, that's possible. But then why does nobody else at his school ever
He's not around them all long enough.
Oh, so it's like a
this
gradual
is a prolonged,
influence,
like exposure, like radiation type of deal.
The only exception would be would be Aunt Marge, because she doesn't leave the house very often except for once a
No,
week, and
she's just a horrible person.
she's just a horrible
She is a
person.
see you next Tuesday.
She's a what?
I can't say the word on your stream.
Ah, okay.
Spell it out.
See you next Tuesday.
Take the first letter. Spell it out. You got this, dude.
Oh. I was like SUNT.
No.
No, C. I get it now.
You got it. Good. Okay.
I got it. Yes, and I
caught myself
agree.
before I said it, so I'm like,
I agree. She is very much one.
She is.
Although I also will say I find it funny how they're over here like, oh man, that Lily Potter, she was the bad egg of the family, when I was like, Petunia's the one who was like, oh, my magic sister. And Lily's like, here, Petunia, I picked this beautiful flower for you.
I
I
can
bet
make
you
it
picked it with
twirl for you.
magic.
I can make it twirl.
The flowers dance for you because it's your birthday, and I thought you would love this birthday gift because you love pansies. Oh, yeah, but you used magic, didn't you? Well, yes.
I'm telling Mom.
I'm telling
He's the
Mom.
typical younger sibling.
Mom! Phineas and Ferb made the pansies dance with magic. Yes, they're wizards. Good job, honey. Very observant of you.
I'm so glad you figured that out all by yourself.
Yay!
Hooray!
Oh my goodness.
But could you imagine being like the sibling of a wizard? They get all the attention. They can do magic. They get to go to fancy school. They get,
But hear me out. Your sibling is a wizard, which
not
means
as cool as you being a wizard, though.
Sure, but like you can't control your bloodline. Like, yeah, you might be jealous, but at the same time, like,
but to a child.
Like, well, I mean, yes, to a child, absolutely, but also like my brother was gifted in certain things, but I would always kind of take advantage of it a little bit. Like, hey, when you go to camp, can you bring back a souvenir? And he's like, I got you, boo. You know, it was like, hey, when you go to Hogwarts, can you bring me back some like magical fun toys that I can play with? And it's like, oh, I got you. Don't you worry, buddy.
Doodle. Well, welcome, Freddie, all the way from Cornwall, England. He said the stream seems chill. It is for now.
Freddie, I'm so sorry.
What's happening?
No, I'm just saying, I'm so sorry. He's coming in a chapter where I have to read, and he has to hear like my horrible British accents, and he's actually from Cornwall.
And now you're screwed, Doodle. Let the judgment commence. This is definitely not your mama's book club.
No, it's
No, this is.
You should give him a partial tongue lesson. We can teach you how to speak very accurate partial tongue.
You just add after whatever.
So, like, if you wanted to say, I want a pastrami sandwich in partial tongue, you'd be like, I want a pastrami sandwich.
Don't even know.
And we have a shirt. We have a shirt and a sweater.
We do.
So welcome. Please don't think poorly of us.
There's a reason my stream has an 18+ warning on it. Doodle is PG-13. PG. I am not. And every Monday we
meet in the middle. And we laugh at really stupid things.
Oh, and I'm currently eating candy out of Lord Voldemort's neck. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
Freddie, I have heard that this book series is actually pretty beloved over in the UK.
We apologize in advance.
We apologize. We love this book series so much. We love it so much. This started out we were gonna take this thing seriously and do it some justice, but
and then we just spiraled. It
very quickly. It very, very quickly. Well, you'll see. And well, I mean, it's my turn to read a chapter, so I guess you're gonna see very soon here. And
what are we doing in this chapter?
I may have to explain something I'm not gonna say anything. We'll see. I'm saying nothing. I'm gonna keep quiet. I'm just gonna start reading.
Voice act, so
No, don't say anything. You'll summon him.
I will summon him. He's already summoned.
I know he's already
summon him. He's already there.
Oh no. It has begun. You may need to link him to my stream because I'm gonna hurry and throw something up really quick. I know you're already here, Panda. I'm not saying you weren't here. I was just hoping maybe you were like.
You were just hoping that I wasn't going to summon forth the Kraken.
Panda is worse than any Kraken. Any Kraken.
Aww.
Oh my goodness. No. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I love Panda. Panda's great, but holy crap.
Holy crap, it's a crapple.
Holy crap, it's a crapkin. Wait, what? What?
Oh, jeez.
Okay, I need to do something though. I need to do something.
My exit, buddy?
Do something and do it right.
So, you'll notice on my stream that I'm pulling up random. I just keep eating out of random people's necks. It's because I have all 4 Harry Potter character Pez dispensers, and it's just a thing that's happening. I don't know.
We are fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
I just got warning. I just got a warning.
A warning from what?
From the Kraken.
Oh yeah, no, I don't say anything yet. You'll oh man. Oh man.
Oh.
Oh man.
What did he I have to explain it to Freddy or he's not going to understand.
Oh, I will explain it. Just give me a second. I'm setting it up right now, but just Freddy, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
If you ever wanted to get into the books and not take them seriously, this is it.
If you ever wanted to get into the books, this is not it. It's not it, fam.
No. Percy has nipple rings. It's a thing.
Oh gosh, it's canon.
It's canon now.
It's canon. It's canon. It's like it's Brittany B, but it's canon B.
Brittany. Oh, I can't even say. I really want to say it. Oh, I want to say it.
You know you want to say it. I don't want to say it though. And I thank you for maybe not saying it right now.
I'm not
but
going to. But I really want to.
But your channel totally can say it. I mean.
Oh yeah, they can.
I was gonna say you can mute yourself and say it. Nothing's stopping you from being like muting. It's.
Yeah, let me find my Discord so that I don't come through. It's like it's Brittany, bitch.
Okay, I'm almost done.
I need to set that up on a hotkey. Why don't I have that on a hotkey?
Let's see. Where is just.
What are you doing, and why am I absolutely terrified?
I'm putting a timer on stream.
Oh, that was the longest 5 minutes of my life.
So that way, anybody and everybody can see my suffering, and see how long I have to suffer for.
Part of this is watching me react to Doodle because I absolutely lose my crap.
You're not wrong.
I used to mute because I didn't want to disrupt, but the more I react, the funnier Doodle gets, and it just spins.
You're not wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
You're definitely not wrong.
Ron's locked in a cupboard somewhere through every chapter of this book from now on.
Yeah, basically. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm almost done. Give me just 2 seconds.
And Doodle is in the U.S. So
yes, somehow it works. We're not quite sure how, but I mean, yeah, we make do.
We make it work.
We make it work. Work it out. Okay, hold on.
Green screen is picking up some of the color on my lips for the t-shirt I'm wearing. The I licked it, so it's mine.
Oh.
It's 4 to 6 a.m. here. Why are you alive? Be asleep. That is where sleeping happens.
Well, yes, be asleep, but be asleep in like after 5 minutes are up.
Yeah.
Luca is in my chat now. No, you're not gonna want to. Actually, you might want to miss this. We're gonna find out.
You still need to explain to Freddy what's happening.
I know. I'm going to. I just gotta fix it just a little bit more. But it should be pretty easy to fix. I just gotta put it somewhere
would you like
properly.
Me to tell him?
I can do it. I just gotta take 2 more seconds right here. Just give me a minute.
Mom! Doodle's touching me.
Okay, that should do it. Whoops. Actually, it's a little further off than I would like. Okay, we'll put it here then. Okay. So, Freddie, I don't know if you can see my stream or not, but I do voices sometimes. They're not great impressions, but they are. Panda Buddy has just used 5,000 of my channel points to release the Kraken.
Which Kraken has he released?
Oh, there's only one thing on my channel that is worth 5,000 points.
Is that Waluigi?
Whee! It's a Waluigi time!
Oh no, it's Waluigi! So now you're in for 5 minutes of Harry Potter read by Waluigi.
Chapter 3, The Night Pass. It's not a good impression, but it's an impression.
I need an adult!
Harry was several streets away before he collapsed into a low wall in Magnolia Crescent, panting from the effort of dragging his trunk. He sat quite still, anger still surging through him, listening to the frantic thumping of his heart. But after his 10 minutes alone in the dark street, a new emotion overtook him. Panic! Whichever way he looked at it, he had never been in a worse fix. He was stranded, quite alone, in the dark, muggle world with absolutely nowhere to go. And the worst of it was, he had just done a series of magic, which meant that he was almost certainly expelled from Hogwarts. He had broken the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry so badly, he was surprised Ministry of Magic representatives weren't swooping down on him where he sat. Harry shivered and looked up and down Magnolia Crescent. What was going to happen to him? Would he be arrested, or would he simply be outlawed from the wizarding world? He thought of Ron and Hermione, and his heart sunk even lower. Harry was assured that, criminal or not, Ron and Hermione would want to help him now, but they were both abroad, and with Hedwig gone, he had no means of contacting them. He didn't have any muggle money either. There was a little wizard gold in the money bag at the bottom of his trunk, but the rest of the fortune his parents had left him was stored in a vault at the Gringotts Wizarding Bank in London. He'd never be able to drag his trunk all the way to London, unless... He looked down at his wand, which he was still clutching in his hand. If he was already expelled, his heart was now thumping painfully fast. A bit more magic couldn't hurt. He had the invisibility cloak he had inherited from his father.
What if he may want to get that looked at by somebody?
What? No, what? What you say?
With that heartbeat, you may want to get that looked at.
The doctor goes to check Waluigi's heart. Wait. It's a boy! Sorry. What if he bewitched the trunk to make it a feather light, tied it to the broomstick, covered himself in a cloak, and flew to London? Then he could get the rest of his money out to his vault and begin his life as an outcast. It was a horrible prospect, but he couldn't sit on this wall forever, or he'd find himself trying to explain to Muggle Police why he was out in the dead of night with a trunk full of spell books and a broomstick. Harry opened his trunk again and pushed the contents aside, looking for the invisibility cloak. But before he had found it, he straightened up suddenly, looking around him once more. A funny prickling on the back of his neck had made Harry feel... Harry feel he was being watched.
And the prisoner of Azkaban.
And Harry Potter and the prisoner of Azkaban.
I need an adult.
I'm in Spain without us. A funny prickling on the back of his neck had made Harry feel like he was being watched. But the street appeared to be deserted, and no light shone from any of the large square houses. He bent over his trunk again, but almost immediately stood up once more. His hand clenched on his wand. His wand. He had sensed rather than heard it. Someone or something was standing in the narrow gap between the garage and the fence behind him. Harry squinted in the black alleyway. Well, anyway, if only it would move, then he'd know whether it was just a stray cat or something else. Wah.
Damn it, Doodle.
Whoa, Wamos, Harry mattered.
This is the longest 5 minutes of my life.
Time.
This is...
Oh my god.
I feel bad because you're in the middle of your Waluigi thing, and Freddy was he's having optic nerve surgery today because a light bulb blew in his face 2 weeks ago.
Oh my gosh!
He's waiting for the swelling to go down in hopes that he gets his sight back in his left eye before Christmas, and we're making him laugh so much. And I'm trying to react seriously to the comment, but I can't because Waluigi's heart sounds like a wet pancake smacking a wall.
First of all, Freddy, I know I'm laughing, but I am so sorry that happened to you. It sounds so painful, and I really do hope you get better by Christmas. Second of all, I'm glad I made you laugh, and I hope I'm not causing you too much pain. Also,
marshmallow!
If you want...
Safe word, marshmallow!
my safe word is witched!
God, I need an adult.
Something witched in the shadows! I hope the laughter isn't causing you more pain.
I breathed deep after laughing and inhaled a hunk of my hair and almost died.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Yeah, that is just one of the rewards that you can redeem on my channel with channel points. So feel free to come watch me. Where it'll go. Sorry.
Damn it. I think I peed.
Oh my. Oh gosh. I think that was my best Waluigi I've done in a very long time.
That was the best Waluigi chapter ever. There's so many W words in there.
I can't stop. When the other characters, it's kind of like, oh, they're gone. But when I channel Waluigi, I just can't stop myself. But
no, Panda, no, I need to breathe. Just give me a minute, please.
I hope I get a Ron voice soon because I really need to stop with the. Okay. Okay.
No more releasing the Kraken right now. I need to breathe, please.
Okay.
Damn.
Where was I?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Lumos.
Okay. Lumos, Harry muttered, and a light appeared at the end of his wand, almost dazzling him. He held it high over his head, and the pebble-dashed walls of number 2 suddenly sparkled. Welcome back, Captain. You missed...
Oh, God.
You missed a great and terrible 5 minutes. He held it high over... let's see. The garage door gleamed, and between them, Harry saw quite distinctly the hulking outline of something very big, with wide, gleaming eyes. You should add Potter Puppet Pal Ron voice to your channel redemption. We're gonna see how much mileage he can get in this book. This is gonna be the experiment a little bit, and if it's good, then definitely we're gonna be adding him in.
Sorry, I'm inserting more candy into Harry's neck.
Speaking of Harry, Harry stepped backward, his legs hit his trunk, and he tripped. His wand flew out of his hand as he flung out an arm to break his fall, and he landed hard in the gutter. There was a deafening bang, and Harry threw up his hands to shield his eyes against a sudden blinding light. With a yell, he rolled back onto the pavement just in time. A second later, a gigantic pair of wheels and headlights screeched to a halt exactly where Harry had been lying. They belonged, as Harry saw when he raised his head, to a triple-decker, violently purple bus which had appeared out of thin air. Gold lettering over the windshield spelled "No ambulance."
Jesus Christ!
It's 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 purple and gold. I don't know what you want me to do. For a second, Harry wondered if he had been knocked silly by his fall. Then a conductor in a purple uniform leapt out of the bus and began to speak loudly to the night. Began to speak loudly to the night.
I'm not okay.
None of us are.
No.
Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your one hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I'll be a conductor this seat. The conductor stopped abruptly. He had just caught sight of Harry, who was still sitting on the ground. Harry snatched up his wand again and scrambled to his feet. Close up, he saw that Stan Shunpike was only a few years older than he was, 18 or 19 at most, with large, protruding ears and quite a few pimples. "What were you doing down there?" said Stan, dropping his professional manner. "Fell over," said Harry. "What'd you fall over for?" sniggered Stan. "I didn't do it on purpose," said Harry, annoyed. One of the knees on his jeans was torn, and the hand he had thrown out to break his fall was bleeding. He suddenly remembered why he had fallen and turned around quickly to stare at the alleyway between the garage and the fence. The night bus's headlamps were flooding it with light, and it was empty. "What you looking at?" said Stan. "There was a big black thing," said Harry, pointing uncertainly into the gap, "like a dog, but massive." He looked around at Stan, whose mouth was slightly open. With a feeling of unease, Harry saw Stan's eyes move to the scar on Harry's forehead. "What's that on your head?" said Stan abruptly. "Nothing," said Harry quickly, flattening his hair over his scar. If the Ministry of Magic was looking for him, he didn't want to make it too easy for them.
They
"What's
can
your name?"
track
Stan
you,
persisted.
dumbass.
They can track.
They
I'm like,
have
this is.
you low jacked. You're not going
He's
anywhere.
13. Leave him alone for a second. He's 13 and just did his first open act of rebellion, so he's on a head rush.
First, dude hasn't followed a rule in like $3.
Okay, to the Dursleys. What's your name? Stan persisted. Neville Longbottom, said Harry, saying the first thing that came to his mind. So this bus, he went on quickly, hoping to distract Stan. Did you say it goes anywhere? Yeah, said Stan proudly. Anywhere you like, long as it's on land. Can't do nothing underwater. Here, he said, looking suspicious again. You did flag us down, didn't you? Stick out your wand and didn't you? Yes, said Harry quickly. Listen, how much would it be to get to London? 11 sickles. Woo, my nose plugged up. 11 sickles, said Stan. But for 13, you get hot chocolate, and for 15, you get an hot water bottle and a toothbrush in the colour of your choice. Harry rummaged once more in his trunk, extracting his money bag, and shoved some silver into Stan's hand. He and Stan then lifted his trunk with Hagrid's cage balanced on top up the steps of the bus. There were no seats. Instead, half a dozen brass bedstands stood beside the curtained windows. Candles were burning in brackets beside each bed, illuminating the wood-paneled walls. A tiny wizard in a nightcap at the rear of the bus muttered, No, thanks. I'm pickling some slugs," and rolled over in his sleep. You have this one," Stan whispered, shoving Harry's trunk under the bed behind the driver, who was sitting in an armchair in front of the steering wheel. This is our driver, Ernie Prang. This is Neville Longbottom Ernie Prang, an elderly wizard wearing very thick glasses, nodded to Harry, who nervously flattened his bangs again and sat down on the bed. "Take her away, Ern," said Stan, sitting down on the armchair next to Ernie's.
Hanging off the windshield.
I know, I'm waiting for that, but I'm like, it's not going to happen, I feel like.
I'm not sure that's in the book.
All done dates. I loved him.
Mm-hmm.
There was another tremendous bang, and the next moment, Harry found himself flat on his bed, thrown backward by the speed of the night bus. Pulling himself up, Harry stared out of the dark window and saw that they were now bowling along a completely different street. Stan was watching Harry's stunned face with great enjoyment. "This is where we was before you flagged us down," said Harry. He said. "Where are we now, Ern? Someone wails." Said Harry. said Ernie.
The corpse
How
grunts.
come, Arr, how come the muggles don't hear the bus, said Harry. Them, said Stan contemptuously. Don't listen properly, do they? Don't look properly either. Never notice nothing, they don't.
Oh.
Best go wake up Madame Marsh, Stan, said Ern. We'll be in Abergavenny in a minute. Stan passed Harry's bed and disappeared up a narrow wooden staircase. Harry was still looking out the window, feeling increasingly nervous. Ernie didn't seem to have mastered the use of a steering wheel. The night bus kept mounting the pavement, but it didn't hit anything.
Oh,
Lines of
jeez.
lampposts, mailboxes, and trash cans jumped out of its way once it had approached and back into position once it passed. Stan came back downstairs, followed by a faintly green witch in a traveling cloak. Here you go, Madam Marsh, said Stan happily as Ern stepped on the brakes and the bed slid a foot or so towards the front of the bus. Madame Marsh clamped a handkerchief to her mouth and tottered down the steps. Stan threw her bag out after her and rammed the door shut. There was another loud bang, and they were thundering down a narrow country lane, trees jumping out of the way. Harry wouldn't have been able to sleep even if he had been traveling on a bus that didn't keep banging loudly and jumping 100 miles at a time. His stomach churned as he fell back to wondering what was going to happen to him and whether the Dursleys had managed to get Aunt Marge off the ceiling yet. Stan had unfurled a copy of the Daily Prophet and was now reading with his tongue between his teeth. A large photograph of a sunken-faced man with long, matted hair blinked slowly at Harry from the front page. He looked strangely familiar. That man, Harry said, forgetting his troubles for a moment. He was on the Muggle News. Stan turned to the front page and chuckled. Sirius Black, he said, nodding. Of course he was on the Muggle News. Neville, where you been? He gave a superior sort of chuckle at the blank look on Perry's face, removed the front page, and handed it to Harry. You all read the papers more, Neville. Harry held the paper up. I'm so sorry to our wonderful listener from England. That
who
was
is
like 12 different accents. And none of them were good. I am so sorry.
It
I am
is.
so sorry.
It is absolutely enjoyable though.
I hope he thinks so. Or at least I hope he's laughing at the attempt. Um, Harry held the paper up to the candlelight and read, Black, still at large. Sirius Black, possibly the most infamous prisoner ever to be held in Azkaban Fortress, is still eluding capture, the Ministry of Magic confirmed today. We are doing all we can to recapture Black, said the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge this morning, and we beg the magical community to remain calm. Fudge had been criticized by some members of the International Federation of Warlocks for informing the Muggle Prime Minister of the crisis. My friend says it needs more German.
It needs more German. It's more
Well, really,
cowbell.
I had to, don't you know? Said an irritable Fudge. Black is mad. He's a danger to anyone who crosses him. Magical Muggle, yeah. No, that's not gonna work.
Nope.
I have the
Feels
Muggle
wrong.
Minister's. I have the Prime Minister's assurance that he will not breathe a word of Black's true identity to anyone. And let's face it, who'd believe him if he did? While Muggles have been told that Black is carrying a gun, a kind of metal wand that Muggles use to kill each other, the magical community lives in fear of a massacre like that of 12 years ago when Black murdered 13 people with a single curse. Do wizards not know what a gun is? Are you kidding me?
Read a book.
Are you kidding me? Okay, no, read a book not written by a wizard. Let's
Right,
let's
like-
make sure we're careful here.
I don't know.
They're like, I read a book. It tried to bite me.
Oh, they're not wrong.
Harry looked into the shadowed eyes of Sirius Black, the only part of the sunken face that seemed alive. Harry had never met a vampire, but he had seen pictures of them in his Defense Against the Dark Arts classes, and Black, with his waxy white skin, looked just like one. Okay, Panda, be careful. Scared looking thing, ain't he? Said Stan, who had been watching Harry read. He murdered 13 people, said Harry, handing the page back to Stan, with one curse. Yep, said Stan, in front of witnesses and all. Broad daylight, big trouble it caused, didn't it? Arr, said Ern darkly. Arr. Stan swiveled in his armchair, his hands on the back, the better to look at Harry. Black was a big supporter, you know, he said. What, Voldemort? Said Harry without thinking. Even Stan's pimples went white. Ern jerked the steering wheel so hard that a whole farmhouse had to jump outside to avoid the bus. You ate a
Farmhouses.
tree! Yelped Stan. Did you say his name for? Sorry, said Harry hastily. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, God, said Stan weakly. Blimey, my heart's going so fast. So Black was a supporter of you-know-who? Harry prompted apologetically. Yeah, said Stan, storming his chest. Yeah, that's right. Very close to you-know-who, they say. Anyway, when little Harry Potter got the better you-know-who, Harry nervously flattened his bangs down again. Oh, you-know-who supporters was tracked down, weren't they? Most of them knew it was most of them knew it was all over with you-know-who gone. They came quiet, but not Sirius Black. I only thought he'd be in second command once, who's had taken down, who had taken
Uh,
over. Anyway, they cornered Black in the middle of a street full of muggles, and Black took out his wand and he blasted half the street apart, and the wizard got it. So I did a dozen muggles were gotten away. Horrible, eh? And you know what Black did then? Stan continued in a dramatic whisper. What? Said Harry. Laughed, said Stan. Just stood there and laughed. And when reinforcements from the ministry got there, he went with them quiet as anything, still laughing his head off. 'Cause he's mad, ain't he? And ain't he mad?
uh.
Uh, oh no, he actually says, "If he weren't when he went to Azkaban, he will be now," said Ern in his slow voice. "I'd blow myself up before I set foot in that place. Serves him right, mind you, after what he did. They had a job coming up, didn't they, Ern?" Said Stan. Whole street blew up and all them muggles dead. What was it they said had happened, Ern? Gas explosion, grunted Ernie. Now he's out, said Stan, examining the
Why
newspaper
does
picture.
Ernie sound like a member of the Beatles?
Beatles? I don't know. Well, I don't know any Beatles goes R. Right, Ernie? R.
uh,
R. A-R. R. Now he's out, said Stan, examining the newspaper picture of Black's gaunt face again.
oh.
Never been a breakout from Azkaban before, has there? And R. Beats me how he did it. Frightening, eh? Man, I don't fancy his chances against them Azkaban guards, eh, Ern? Ernie suddenly shivered. Talk about something else, Stan. There's a good lad. A Azkaban guards give me the coldy wobbles. Stan
Oh.
put the newspaper away reluctantly, and Harry leaned against the window of the night bus, feeling worse than ever. He couldn't help imagining what Stan might be telling his passengers in a few nights' time. Hear about that Harry Potter? Blew up his aunt. We had him here on the night bus, didn't we, Ed? He was trying to run for it.
Uh.
He, Harry, had broken Wizard Law just like Sirius Black. Was inflating Aunt Marge bad enough to land him in Azkaban? Harry didn't know anything about the wizard president, though.
Oh.
Anyone he'd ever heard speak of it did so in the same fearful tone. Hagrid, the Hogwarts groundskeeper or gameskeeper, had spent 2 months there only last year. Harry wouldn't soon forget the look of terror on Hagrid's face when he had been told where he was going, and Hagrid was one of the bravest people Harry knew. The night bus rolled through the darkness, scattering bushes and wastebaskets, telephone booths and trees, and Harry lay restless and miserable on his feather bed. After a while, Stan remembered that Harry had paid for hot chocolate, but poured it all over Harry's pillow when the bus moved abruptly from Anglesey to Aberdeen. One by one, witches and wizards in dressing gowns and slippers descended from the upper floors to leave the bus. They all looked very pleased to go. Finally, Harry was the only passenger left. Right then, Neville, said Stan, clapping his hands. Whereabouts in London?
In Lubden. We're
In
going to
Lovedon.
Lubden.
On Lovedon. Diagon Alley, said Harry. Righto, said Stan. Hold tight then. Bang! They were thundering along Charing Cross Road. Harry sat up and watched buildings and benches squeezing themselves out of the night bus's way. The sky was getting a little lighter. He would lie low for a couple hours, go to Gringotts the moment it opened, then set off. Where, he didn't know. Ern slammed on the brakes and the night bus skidded to a halt in front of a small and shabby-looking pub, the Leaky Cauldron, behind which lay the magical entrance to Diagon Alley. Thanks, Harry said to Ern. He jumped down the steps and helped Stan lower his trunk and headed with Cage onto the pavement. Well, said Harry, bye then. But Stan wasn't paying attention. Still standing in the doorway to the bus, he was goggling at the shadowy entrance to the leaky cauldron. Uh,
Did you
oh
lose your
crap! I can't
spot?
remember. No, I can't remember the voice that gave Cornelius Fudge.
Oh no.
I
Squeaky?
just did.
Little?
I just did it. There you are, Harry, said a voice. Before
Close.
Harry could turn, he felt a hand on his shoulder. At the same time, Stan shouted, Blobbian, come here! Come here! Uh, Harry looked up at the owner of the hand on his shoulder and felt a bucket full of ice cascade into his stomach. He had walked right into Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself. Stan leapt onto the pavement beside him. What's your gold, Neville, Minister? He said excitedly. Fudge, a portly little man in a long pinstripe coat, looked cold and exhausted. Neville, he responded, frowning. This is Harry Potter. I mean, that's not his voice, but I kind of like this one better. I knew it! Stan shouted gleefully. Guess who Neville is? He's Harry Potter! I can see his scar. Yes, said Fudge tersely. Well, I'm very glad the night bus picked Harry up, but he and I need to step inside the leaky cauldron now. Fudge increased the pressure on Harry's shoulder, and Harry found himself being steered inside the pub. A
Dun,
stooping
dun,
figure
dun.
bearing a yeah, it's scary. A stooping figure bearing a lantern appeared through the door behind the bar. It was Tom, the wizened, toothless landlord. You've got a minister, said Tom. Will you be wanting anything? Beer? Brandy? Perhaps a pot of tea, said Fudge, who still hadn't let go of Harry. There was a loud scraping and puffing from behind them, and Stan and Ern appeared, carrying Harry's trunk and Hedwig's cage, and looking rather excitedly. How come you didn't tell us who you are, eh, Neville? Said Stan, beaming at Harry, while Ernie's
Still calling
owlish
him
face
Neville.
peered interestedly over Stan's shoulder. And a private parlour, please, Tom, said Fudge pointedly. Bye, said Harry miserably to Stan and Ern as Tom beckoned Fudge toward the passage that led from the bar. Bye, Neville! called Stan. I love him.
Oh, so do
Fudge
I.
marched Harry along the narrow passage after Tom's lantern, and then into a small parlor. Tom clicked his fingers, a fire burst into life in the grate, and he bowed himself out the door. Sit down, Harry, said Fudge, indicating a chair by the fire.
Sit down, Neville.
Sit down, Neville. Harry sat down, feeling goosebumps rising up his arms despite the glow of the fire. Fudge took off his pinstripe coat and tossed it aside, then hitched up the trousers of his bottle green suit and sat opposite Harry. I am Cornelius Fudge, Harry, the Minister of Magic. Harry already knew this, of course. He had seen Fudge once before, but as he had been wearing his invisibility cloak at the time, Fudge wasn't to know that. Tom, the innkeeper, appeared wearing an apron over his nightshirt and bearing a tray of tea and crumpets. He placed the tray on a table between Fudge and Harry and left the parlor, closing the door behind him. Well, Harry, said Fudge, pouring out tea, you've had us all in a right flap. I don't mind telling you, running away from your aunt and uncle's house like that, I'd sort of think, but you're safe and that's what matters. Fudge buttered himself a crumpet and pushed the plate toward Harry. Eat, Harry, you look dead on your feet. Now then, you will be pleased to hear that we have dealt with the unfortunate blowing up of Miss Marjorie Dursley. Two members of the Accidental Magical Reversal Squad were dispatched to the Privet Drive a few hours ago. Miss Dursley has been punctured and her memory has been modified. She has no recollection of the incident at all. So that's that, and no harm done. Fudge smiled at Harry over the rim of his teacup, rather like an uncle surveying his favorite nephew. Harry, who couldn't believe his ears, opened his mouth to speak, couldn't think of anything to say, and closed it again. You're worrying about the reaction of your aunt and uncle, said Fudge. Well, I won't deny that they are extremely angry, Harry, but they are prepared to take you back next summer as long as you stay at Hogwarts for the Christmas and Easter holidays. Harry unstuck his throat. I always stay at Hogwarts for the Christmas and Easter holidays, he said, and I don't ever want to go back to Privet Drive. I'm sure you'll feel differently once you've calmed down, said Fudge in a worried tone. They are your family, after all, and I'm sure you are fond of each other. Uh, very deep down. It didn't occur to Harry to put Fudge right. He was still waiting to hear what was going to happen to him now. So, all that remains, said Fudge, now buttering himself a second crumpet, is to decide where you're going to spend the last 3 weeks of your vacation. I suggest you take a room here at the Leaky Cauldron and hang on, Bloated Harry, what about my punishment? Fudge blinked. Fudge blinked. Fludge blinked.
Fludge binked.
Fudge blinked. Fudge blinked.
Fudge blinked.
Punish. Fudge blinked. Punishment? I
I
broke the
broke the
law,
law.
Harry said. The decree for the restriction of underage wizardry. Oh, my dear boy, we're not going to punish you for a little thing like that, cried Fudge, waving his crumpet impatiently. It was an accident. We don't send people to Azkaban for just blowing up their aunts. My goodness. But this didn't tally at all with Harry's past dealings with the Ministry of Magic. Last year, I got an official warning just because a house elf smashed a pudding in my uncle's house, he told Fudge, frowning. The Ministry of Magic said I'd be expelled from Hogwarts if there was any more magic there. Unless Harry's eyes were deceiving him, Fudge was suddenly looking awkward. Circumstances change, Harry. We have to take into account in the present climate. Surely you don't want to be expelled? Of course I don't, said Harry. Well then, what's all the fuss about that, Fudge? Now have a crumpet, Potter, while I go and see if Tom's got a room for you.
You're irritating me. Eat something so you stop talking.
Like, eat something. Stop talking. Fudge, like, my publicity is at stake.
Stop confusing the issues with facts.
Honestly. Fudge strode out of the parlor, and Harry stared after him. There was something extremely odd going on. Why had Fudge been waiting for him at the Leaky Cauldron, if not to punish him for what he'd done? And now Harry came to think about it, surely it wasn't unusual for the Minister of Magic himself to get involved in matters of underage magic. Fudge came back accompanied by Tom the Innkeeper. Room 11's free, Harry, said Fudge. I think you'll be very comfortable. Just one thing, and I'm sure you'll understand. I don't want you wandering off into Muggle London, all right? Keep to Diagon Alley. And you're to be back here before dark each night. Sure you'll understand. Tom will be keeping an eye on you for me. Okay, said Harry slowly, but why don't want to lose you again, do we? Ha 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 ha, said Fudge with a hearty laugh. No. No, best we know where you are. I mean... Fudge cleared his throat loudly and picked up his pinstriped coat. Well, I'll be off. Plenty to do, you know. Have you had any luck with Black yet? Harry asked. Fudge's fingers slipped on the silver fastening of his coat. What's that? Oh, you've heard. Well, no, not yet. But it's only a matter of time. The Azkaban guards have never yet failed, and they are angrier than I've ever seen them. Fudge shuddered slightly. So, I'll say goodbye. He held out his hand, and Harry, shaking it, had a sudden idea. Minister, can I ask you something? Certainly, said Fudge with a smile. Well, third years at Hogwarts are allowed to visit Hogsmeade, but my aunt and uncle didn't sign my permission form. Do you think you could?
No
Do you think you
yawning.
could? Fudge was looking uncomfortable. He said. No, I'm very sorry, Harry, but as I'm not your parent or guardian, but you're the Minister of Magic, said Harry eagerly. If you gave me permission... No, I'm sorry, Harry, but rules are rules, said Fudge flatly. Perhaps you'll be able to visit Hogsmeade next year. In fact, I think it's best if you don't... Yes, well, I'll be off. Enjoy your stay, Harry! And with a last smile and shake of Harry's hand, Fudge left the room. Tom now moved forward, beaming at Harry. If you'll follow me, Mr. Potter, he said, I've already taken your things up. Harry followed Tom up a handsome wooden staircase to a door with a brass number 11 on it, which Tom unlocked and opened for him. Inside was a very comfortable-looking bed, some highly polished oak furniture, a cheerful crackling fire, and, perched on top of the wardrobe, Hedwig! Harry gasped. The snowy owl clicked her beak and fluttered down onto Harry's arm. Very smart owl you've got there, whispered Tom. Arrived about 5 minutes before you did. If there's anything you need, Mr. Potter, don't hesitate to ask. He gave another bow and left. Harry sat on his bed for a long time, absent-mindedly stroking Hedwig. The sky outside the window was changing rapidly from deep, velvety blue to cold, steely gray, and then slowly to pink, shot with gold. Harry could hardly believe that he'd left Privet Drive only a few hours ago, that he wasn't expelled, that he was now facing 3 completely Dursley-free weeks.
Yours says 3, mine says 2.
Yeah, mine says 3.
Mine says 2.
Weird.
Huh.
I've moved to my computer. Hello again, Captain Vic. It's been a very weird night, Henrik, he yawned. Without even removing his glasses, he slumped back onto his pillows and fell asleep.
I love Stan. I do.
Neville! Why didn't you tell us your name was Harry, Neville?
And then he just
Neville!
keeps... Oh, I'm sorry, Freddie. I missed your messages. How long have you guys been into Harry Potter? Always.
Always.
It's
I mean,
an always thing for me.
I started with the movies, or with the first movie, but then I got into the books. And we decided that we would do book club like 2 months ago, and every Monday,
unless one of us
every
is
Monday.
sick.
Well, yes, that is true. That is very true.
Or there will be a break over the Christmas holiday because I'm out of town.
Oh yes, I would imagine Christmas week is gonna be very rough for everybody. So
It's
Christmas,
thing I do
Howie.
like about Harry Potter is the plants that scream when they're pulled out of the pots. Mandrakes. We used to call our baby that when she screamed when she was a baby.
Oh crap! The mandrake's awake. That's amazing.
This doodle aggressively screams for no apparent reason.
Oh, there's always a reason to scream like a mandrake.
Always. Okay, give me...
I hope you're enjoying yourself, Freddie.
4 minutes. I need to run to the bathroom. I've had 3 cups of tea, and I need to do the run thing.
Okay, go do the run thing.
Beerb.
Go beerb.
We'll talk about Harry Plopper.
I will talk about it. By the way, Freddie, I don't know if you can see I need to actually go over to Classique's chat so I can see what people are saying to her. What are you saying to her? What sort of crazy maniacal things are you saying? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm heading over right now. Right now. If you'll forgive me just for a moment. Hopefully I'll be able to see chat soon. Connecting to Classique's chat. Okay, now I can see everybody's chat. So hello, Classique's chat. Sorry, I can see you now. Not that I couldn't necessarily not see you before. Anybody's just couldn't hijack the stream for 4 minutes, but you're not there. No, I'm in Classique. Sorry, buddy, or sorry, Captain Vic. We're in Classique's channel actually. Yeah, apologies, brother. We usually don't run over in her place. It's just a little easier for some reason. But yeah. So Freddie, excuse me, I'm done. How is our book club stacking up? Are we doing okay? Is it maybe better than what you thought? Probably worse than what you thought. And feel free to type in Classique's chat because I can see it now. Actually, I'm gonna post a little message there myself. Hello, chat. Maybe a few emotes just a little something for her to see. Whee! I have so much glitter from her and I can't do any. Oh, I should be mean. I really should be mean, but I'm not going to. But I could turn on no cursing mode for her, and that's gonna be hilarious. Listen to some chill music on my stream. It's not very Harry Potter-esque though. I might need to change that. I don't know. Maybe. Oh wait, Winter Night? Let's see. What's this one? Winter Days, and this is Winter Nights. Ooh, that's pretty. Captain Vic is enjoying it. I'm glad you are. Yeah, who else is in my chat? I know Panda's there, but he's doing some of the worky works. I know Captain Vic is there. I know Luke is there. Anybody still hanging around? Has just been listening in? Oh,
I'm back.
I see a classic. Ah!
Sorry, my knee-high socks were all crooked and bunchy. I had to fix them too. I'm a book nerd with a top knot and knee-highs. What do you want?
Got a nice chill music going on here for a second.
Oh, okay.
Woohoo!
Now that I don't feel like I'm going to explode. Chapter 4.
Chapter 4.
Guess what, Doodle?
What, Doodle?
We're halfway through, and we're hitting Chapter 4.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's true. That's a record.
First time!
That's really sad.
First time we did
sad.
it! We did it!
We did it. We did it. We
We
did it. Yay, Lois Simos. We did it.
And we slowly derail and never get to another chapter.
You will never see the light of chapter in any other.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's sad. I was
What?
going to order some holiday pies from McDonald's, and they don't have any right now. And I'm like, no!
Oh, no!
I am very sad. I just want a little treat.
You sad ghost.
I am sad ghost.
Why
I
do you
just
think
want
I have
like a little.
Four. Not one. 4 filled Pez dispensers sitting in front of me right now.
Yes, I do understand that.
I pop a Pez and it's like a reward.
It's like a reward.
It's like that TikTok.
Oh my gosh.
It's like a reward.
It's like a reward.
So,
oh my gosh.
Stan makes me all of the happy. He is ditzy. I miss the shrunken head. I wish that was a part of the books.
Oh, Dante. I love. This is one of those cases where I actually love both representations of the night bus.
Yes.
Like in both of the
Welcome back, Panda.
Hi, Panda.
Bathroom break included. We are back.
I like how in the book it's saying everything's jumping out of the bus's way, but then in the movie it's just very chaotic, swerving through traffic and growing and shrinking and stuff like that.
Narrowing and widening and.
One is just a funny visual, and the other one is a much more movie-centric visual.
Yes.
I love that as well. I think that is amazing. I just think it's neat. That is not a good march. That is not going on the list, guys. Just so you know.
No, that is not going on the list.
Not. That sounds like demented toad.
Demented toad.
Hello. Hey.
Consequences of my actions. That guy from TikTok.
I'm gonna swing on the chandelier.
Please don't swing from the chandelier.
Mario, the princess is another castle. Hello.
I don't have insurance for Doodle chandelier swinging. I'm sorry.
No, nobody does.
It's not covered.
The insurance company said it wasn't a threat. They were wrong.
They were
so wrong. It was so very wrong.
Okay. The Leaky Cauldron.
The Leaky Cauldron.
Let's see if I can get... So, the whole thing is, let's see if I can get through this chapter. If I can words. How many times I lose... I should put a counter. How many times I lose my spot while reading this freaking book.
Hey!
It took Neville several days.
Why did you read that like freaking Uncle Arthur from Bewitched? It took Arthur several days.
It took Neville. I read Neville instead of Harry.
Oh, really?
We are not off to a good start.
It took Neville several days.
Oh, for the love of everything.
Captain Victory said he actually did buy chandelier insurance, by the way. It was a premium, though.
It was premium? Okay, well, so long as one of us is insured for Doodle chandelier swinging, we're fine.
It's your chandelier.
You just swing off of his chandelier, not mine. And he's the one that's insured. I do have $1 million liability insurance, so if you do hurt yourself on my property... Doodle's like getting on a plane.
I am a ghost. I cannot be hurt. I don't have legs.
Shit.
Or arms now.
Or arms.
Or a neck.
It took Harry, not Neville.
I barely have a body. It took Neville a few days to get used to his new name.
Legal name change documents coming later.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay, I can do this. I'm an adult. I know how to read. I'm not illegitimate. It took Harry several days to get used to his strange new freedom. Never before had he been able to get up whenever he wanted, eat whatever eat whatever he fancied. He could even go wherever he liked, as long as it was in Diagon Alley. And as this long cobbled street was packed with the most fascinating wizarding shops in the world, Harry felt no desire to break his word to Fudge and stray back into the Muggle world. Harry ate breakfast each morning in the Leaky Cauldron, where he liked watching the other guests, funny little witches from the country up for a day's shopping, venerable-looking wizards arguing over the latest article in Transfiguration today, wild-looking warlocks, raucous dwarves, and once what looked suspiciously like a hag who ordered a plate of raw liver from behind a thick wooden balaclava. I said it right!
Woo!
I almost said baklava. That's the dessert.
A woolen baklava. That baklava is gone very bad.
It's sticky.
It is molding. It is molding. That's why it is fuzzy.
It is not okay.
It is not okay.
Do not consume. 10 out of 10.
Do not consume the thing.
After breakfast, Harry went into the backyard. I thought that was a period. It's not. After breakfast, Harry went out into the backyard. Holy Jesus.
It's still not a period.
No, and that is, there's a word in there that I'm not reading. Why? Holy stroke.
Holy stroke.
Holy stroke. After breakfast, Harry would go out to the backyard, take out his wand, and tap the third brick from the left above the dustbin, and stand back as the archway into Diagon Alley opened the wall. Why did I have such a hard time with that?
I don't know. I really, truly do not know.
Harry spent the long sunny days exploring the shops and eating under the brightly colored umbrellas outside cafes, where his fellow diners were showing each other their purchases. It's a lunoscope, old boy. No more messing around with moon charts, see? Or else discussing the case of Sirius Black. Personally, I won't let any of my children out alone until he's back in Azkaban. Harry didn't have to do his homework under the blankets by torchlight anymore. You could now sit in the bright sunshine outside Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, finishing all his essays with occasional help from Florine Fortescue himself, who, apart from knowing a great deal about medieval witch burnings, gave Harry free Sundays every half hour. Can I go do my homework somewhere where they give me free Sundays every half hour?
Yes, I want that. I do want that.
I wouldn't be losing so much damn weight if I could eat a Sunday every half hour.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once Harry had refilled his money bag with gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts. Every time I say that, my brain goes sliding down the dumpster trail.
Oh, I know. I think everybody does. Just a tiny bit. Just bronze
just
nuts.
Slip and slide.
Okay, whatever you say.
From his vault at Gringotts, he needed to exercise a lot of self-control not to spend the whole lot at once. He had to keep reminding himself that he had 5 years to go at Hogwarts, and how it would feel to ask the Dursleys for money for spell books, to stop himself buying a handsome set of solid gold gobstones, a wizarding game, rather like marbles, in which the stones squirted a nasty smelly liquid to the other player's face when they lost a point. Yeah. He was sorely tempted to buy the perfect moving model of the galaxy in a large glass ball, which would have meant he would never have to take another astronomy lesson. But the thing that tested Harry's resolution the most appeared in his favorite shop, Quality Quidditch Supplies, a week after he arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. Curious to know what the crowd at the shop was staring at, Harry edged his way inside and squeezed in amongst the excited witches and wizards until he glimpsed a newly erected podium on which mounted the most magnificent broom he had ever seen in his life. Just come out. Prototype, a square-jawed wizard was telling his companion. It's the fastest broom in the world, isn't it, Dad? Squeaked a young boy, younger than Harry, who was swinging off his father's arm. Irish International Side just put in an order for 7 of these beauties, the proprietor of the shop told the crowd, and they're favorites for the World Cup. Large witch in front of Harry moved, and he was able to read the sign next to the broom. The Firebolt. This state-of-the-art racing broom sports a streamlined, superfine handle of ash treated with a diamond-hard polish and hand-numbered with its own registration number. Each individually selected birch twig in the broom tail has been honed to aerodynamic perfection, giving the Firebolt, it's a boat, unsurpassed balance and pinpoint precision. The Firebolt has an acceleration of 0 to 150 miles an hour in 10 seconds and incorporates an unbreakable braking charm. Price upon request. Harry didn't like to think how much gold the firebolt would cost. He had never
These are
wanted
the girls.
anything so much in his whole life. But he had never lost a Quidditch match on his Nimbus 2000. What was the point of emptying his Gringotts vault for the firebolt when he had a very good broom already? Harry didn't ask for the price, but he returned almost every day after that just to look at the firebolt. There were, however, things that Harry needed to buy. He went to the apothecary to replenish his stores of potions and ingredients, and his school robes were now several inches too short in the arm and leg. He visited Madame Milkin's robes for all occasions and bought new ones. Most important of all, he had to buy his new school books, which would include those for his two new subjects, Care of Magical Creatures and Divination. Harry got a surprise as he looked at the bookshop window. Instead of the usual display of gold embossed spellbooks the size of paving slabs, there was a large iron cage behind the glass, which held about 100 copies of the Monster Book of Monsters. Torn pages were flying everywhere as the books grappled with each other, locked together in furious wrestling matches and snapping aggressively. Harry pulled his book list out of his pocket and consulted it for the first time. The Monster Book of Monsters was listed as the set book for Care of Magical Creatures. Now Harry understood why Hagrid had said it would come in useful. He felt relieved. He had been wondering whether Hagrid wanted help with some terrifying new pet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. Foreboding. Blah, blah, blah. As Harry entered Flourish and Blots, the manager came hurrying towards him. Hogwarts, he said abruptly, come to get your new books? Yes, Harry, I need. Get out of the way, said the manager impatiently, brushing Harry aside. He drew out a pair of very thick gloves, picked up a large, knobbly walking stick, and proceeded towards the door of the monster bookcage. Hang on, said Harry quickly. I've already got one of those. Have you? A look of enormous relief spread over the manager's face. Thank heavens for that. I've been bitten 5 times already this morning. A loud ripping noise rent into the air. 2 of the monster books had seized a third and were pulling it apart. Stop it! Stop it! Cried the manager, poking his walking stick through the bars and knocking the books apart. I'm never stocking them again. Never! It's been bedlam. I thought we'd seen the worst when we bought 200 copies of the Invisible Book of Invisibility. Cost a fortune, and we never found them. Well, is there anything else I can help you with? Yes, said Harry, looking down at his book list. I need Unfogging the Future by Crescenda Vablatsky. Ah, starting divination, are you? Said the manager, stripping off his gloves and leading Harry into the back of the shop, where there was a corner devoted to fortune-telling. A small table was stacked with volumes such as Predicting the Unpredictable, Insulate Yourself Against Shocks and Broken Balls, When Fortunes Turn Foul. Okay.
Oh, it's 2 books. The and is not part of the first title.
Here it's in it's italicized in my print. It's a misprint.
Oh my gosh, it's
so
a misprint.
For me,
Okay.
it's one
It's
long
one
title.
long title.
One very long title.
Who could have predicted that?
So that's why I read it that way, because mine's
funny.
italicized.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice the and was not italicized until the second read through. I was like, there's no way that is one title. Okay, it's not. Cool.
Mine is.
Yes, yours is.
We'll have to see how they got that on the spine of the book. Here you are, said the manager, who had climbed up a set of steps to take down a thick, black-bound Unfogging the Future. Very good guide to all your basic fortune-telling methods, palmistry, crystal balls, bird entrails. But Harry wasn't listening. His eyes had fallen on another book, which was along the display on the small table. Death Omens. What to do when you know the worst is coming. Oh, I wouldn't read that if I were you, said the assistant lightly, looking to see if Harry was staring at. You'll start seeing death omens everywhere. It's enough to frighten anyone to death. Jesus. But Harry continued to stare at the front cover of the book. It showed a large black dog, large as a bear, with gleaming eyes. It looked oddly familiar. The assistant pressed Unfogging the Future into Harry's hands. Anything else? He said. Yes, said Harry, tearing his eyes from the dog and dazedly consulting his book list. I need Intermediate Transfiguration and the Standard Book of Spells Grade 3. Harry emerged from Flourish and Blots 10 minutes later with his new books under his arm and made his way back to the leaky cauldron, hardly noticing where he was going and bumping into several people. He trampled up the stairs to his room, went inside, and tipped his books onto his bed. Somebody had been in to tidy. The windows were open, the sun was pouring inside. Harry could hear the buses rolling by on the unseen Muggle street behind him, and the sound of the invisible crowd below in Diagon Alley. That'd be odd. You can hear everything, but you see nothing.
Oh, no, I think he's just because he's sitting on the bed, so he can't actually see outside the window.
I hope so.
But he can just hear it. Yeah, no, Harry's gone blind.
Harry Potter in the case of temporary blindness.
Harry Potter and oh crap, it's happening again.
I've seen this movie before. I know how it ends.
Oh my gosh.
I can't have been a death omen, he told his reflection defiantly. I was panicking when I saw that thing on Mongolia Crescent. It was probably just a stray dog. He raised his hand automatically and tried to make his hair lie flat. You're fighting a losing battle there, dear, said his mirror in the said his mirror in a wheezy voice.
Excuse you, ma'am.
I would hate for my mirror to talk. You look like crap. Go back to bed. Well then.
Oh, are you kidding me? Somebody just want to go back to bed. I'd be like, okie dokie.
Okay. Where are you going? Back to bed. Why? Mirror told me to. I've been told I have to, I've been told I have to do better at doing what I'm told. So the mirror told me to go back to bed. I'm going back to bed. See you later.
Mirrors don't talk, Harry. You could your parcel mirror.
Go back. You're fighting a losing battle, dear.
Harry, mirrors don't talk.
Thanks for the follow, Captain Vic. Welcome to whatever the hell this is. As the days slipped by, Harry started looking wherever he went for a sign of Ron or Hermione. Plenty of Hogwarts students were arriving in Diagon Alley now, with the start of term so near. Harry met Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, his fellow Gryffindors in quality Quidditch supplies, where they too were ogling the firebolt. He also ran into the real Neville Longbottom, a round-faced, forgetful boy outside Flourish and Blots. Harry didn't stop to chat. Neville appeared to have mislaid his book list. He was being told off by his very formidable-looking grandmother. Harry hoped he never found out that he'd pretended to be Neville on the run from the Ministry of Magic. Oh God. She'd be so mad. She'd be so mad. Harry woke on the last day of holidays, thinking that he would at least meet Ron and Hermione tomorrow on the Hogwarts Express. He got up, dressed, went for a last look at the firebolt, and was just wondering where he'd have holy stroke. Wondering where he'd have lunch.
I believe in you.
I don't. When someone yelled his name and he turned, Harry! Harry! There they were, both of them sitting outside Flora and Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Ron looking incredibly freckly. Hermione very brown, both waving frantically at him. Finally, said Ron, grinning at Harry as he sat down. We went to the Leaky Cauldron, but they said you'd left, and we went to Flourish and Blots and Madame Milkins, and I got all my school stuff last week, Harry explained. And how come you know I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron? Dad, Ron said simply. Mr. Weasley, who worked for the Ministry of Magic, would of course heard the whole story about what happened to Aunt Marge. Did you really blow up your aunt, Harry? Said Hermione in a very serious voice. Didn't mean to, said Harry while Ron roared with laughter. I just lost control. It's not funny, Ron, said Hermione sharply. Honestly, I'm amazed Harry wasn't expelled. So am I, admitted Harry.
Or worse, expelled.
Worse, expelled.
I'm surprised you weren't arrested, or worse, expelled.
Could have died, or worse, been expelled. You really need to get your priorities.
Needs to get your priorities straight. I just wish that would have been a running joke throughout the whole book, where Hermione's like, the worst thing that can ever happen is getting expelled from Hogwarts. Like, I could die.
Harry's neck.
Oh gosh.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
I want to suck a blade.
So am I, admitted Harry. Forget expelled. I thought I was going to be arrested. He looked at Ron. Your dad doesn't know why Fudge let me off, does he? Probably because it's you, isn't it? Shrugged Ron, still chuckling. Famous Harry Potter and all that. I'd hate to see what the Ministry do to me if I blew up an ant. Mind you, they'd have to dig me up first, because Mum would have killed me. Anyway, can you ask Dad... Michelle, you can ask Dad yourself this evening. We're staying at the Leaky Cauldron tonight, too, so you can come to King's Cross with us tomorrow. Hermione's there as well. Hermione nodding, beaming. Mum and Dad dropped me off this morning. Was on my. I love how these parents are just like, yeah, here, take this. You're 13. I'll see you next year.
Yep.
Like,
Hogwarts is so safe.
like abandoning my 13-year-old in a busy shopping district just before school with money saying, "See you later."
Although, let's be fair, this is Hermione.
True.
You wouldn't expect
What's
Ron.
the worst
Like,
you gonna do?
his
Get a
family is
paper
with
cut?
Ron. Yeah, honestly.
Like, let's be honest here.
Let's be honest. Let's be realistic here.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest.
Mom and Dad dropped me off this
Excellent.
morning with all my Hogwarts things. Excellent, said Harry happily. So, have you got all your new books and stuff? Look at this, said Ron, pulling out a thin box out of a bag and opening it. Brand new wand, 14 inches, willow containing 1 unicorn tail hair. And we've got all our books, he pointed at a large bag under his chair. What about those monster books, eh? The assistant clearly cried when we said we wanted to. What's all that, Hermione? Harry asked, pointing at not 1, but 3 bulging bags in the chair next to her. Well, I'm taking more new subjects than you, aren't I? Said Hermione. Those are books for arithmetic, care of magical creatures, divination, study of ancient runes, muggle studies. Why are you doing muggle studies for? Said Ron, rolling his eyes at Harry. You're muggle-born? Your mum and dad are muggles? You already know all about muggles. But it'll be fascinating to study them from a wizard's point of view, said Hermione earnestly. Are you planning to eat or sleep at all this year, Hermione? Asked Harry while Ron snickered. Hermione ignored them. I still got 10 galleons, she said, checking her purse. It's my birthday in September, and Mum and Dad gave me some money to get myself an early birthday present. How about a nice book? Said Ron innocently. No, I don't think so, said Hermione composedly. I really want an owl. I mean, Harry's got Hedwig and you've got Errol. I haven't, said Ron. Errol's a family owl. And almost dead. All I've got is Scabbers. He pulled his pen.
He's like, please do not associate Errol with me ever again.
He's more proud of this rat than he is of that owl.
Let's be fair. The rat is better than the owl.
The rat is creepy.
The rat is definitely creepy, but probably could deliver the message better than the owl.
Probably. And I want to get him checked over, he added, placing Scabbers on the table in front of him. I don't think Egypt agreed with him. Scabbers was looking thinner than usual, and there was definitely a droop in his whiskers. There's a magical creature shop just over there, said Harry, who knew Diagon Alley very well by now. You can see if they've got anything for Scabbers, and Hermione can get her owl. So they paid for their ice creams and crossed the street into the magical menagerie. There wasn't much room inside. Every inch of wall was hidden by cages. It was smelly, very noisy, because the occupants of these cages were all squeaking, squawking, jabbing, and hissing. The witch behind the counter was already advising a wizard in the care of double-ended newts, so Harry, Ron, and Hermione waited, examining the cages. A pair of enormous purple toads sat gulping wetly and feasting on dead blowflies. A gigantic tortoise with a jewel-encrusted shell was glittering near the window. Poisonous orange snails were oozing slowly up the side of their glass tank, and a fat white rabbit kept changing into a silk top hat and back again with a loud popping noise. Then there were cats of every color, a noisy cage of ravens, a basket of funny custard-colored fur balls that were humming loudly, and in the corner a vast cage of sleek black rats, which were playing some sort of skipping game using their long bald tails.
Oh.
The double-ended newt lizard. Nope. That's not how that sentence goes.
Actually, I thought you did it right.
No.
The double-ended newt wizard.
I said lizard.
Oh, well. That works too. It's like 1,200 wizards in a wizard's cloak.
The double-ended newt wizard laughed and Ron approached the counter. It's my rat, he told the witch. He's been a bit off color ever since I brought him back from Egypt. Bang him on the counter.
Okay, boom!
It's like one of those boxing arcade games. How hard can you slam the rat on the counter?
Just like Ron's like, oh, that's it? Okay. Just grabs him by the tail and just whip him. Scabbers is dead. Granted, that would save a lot of time.
Later, right?
They would not be running into nearly as many problems as they do.
No. It's my rat, he told the witches. Bang him on the counter. Sit.
Just splat. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are looking at like Scabbers in a pool of his own like guts and blood, and they all kind of like. Ron looks up. Was that supposed to help? It's just quiet.
Said the witch, pulling out a pair of heavy-backed spectacles out of her pocket.
The witch is like, it's an expression.
This isn't a game of whack-a-mole.
What did you think I meant when I said bang him on the counter? I thought you meant to just throw him on there. I thought you would make him better, like it's a magical counter. Magic counter.
Marshmallow.
Magic counter.
As she does spooky fingers and drifts behind the curtain.
Oh no, that's Ron.
Behind the curtain, he peeks back out. Magic counter, and then disappears
Magic
again.
counter. And then the witch is like, it's not magic. I've never heard of a magic counter, you stupid, stupid boy. Anyway, sorry.
Oh. Okay. Ron lifted Scabbers out of his inside pocket and placed him next to the cage of his fellow
Very
rats,
carefully.
who stopped their skipping tricks and scuffled to the wire for a better look. Like nearly everything Ron owned, Scabbers the rat was secondhand. He had once belonged to Ron's brother Percy, and a bit battered. Next to the glossy rats in the cage, he looked especially woebegone. Said the witch, picking Scabbers up. How old is this rat? Dunno, said Ron. Quite old. He used to belong to my brother. What powers does he have? Said the witch, examining Scabbers closely. Said Ron. The truth was that Scabbers had never shown the faintest trace of interesting powers. The witch's eyes moved from Scabbers' tattered left ear to his front paw, where he had a toe missing, and tutted loudly. He's been through the mill, this one, she said. He was like that when Percy gave him to me, said Ron defensively. An ordinary common garden rat like this can't be expected to live longer than 3 years or so, said the witch. Now, if you were looking for something a bit more hard-wearing, you might like one of these. In other words, your rat's toast, get a new one. It's time to replace the rat. She indicated the black rats, who promptly started skipping again. Ron muttered, show-offs. Well, if you don't want a replacement, you can try this rat tonic, said the witch, reaching under the counter and bringing out a small red bottle. Okay, said Ron. How much? Ouch! Ron bucked as something huge and orange came soaring from the top of the highest case, landed on his head, and then propelled itself, spitting madly at Scabbers. No, Crookshanks, no, cried the witch, but Scabbers shot from between her hands like a bar of soap, landed split-legged on the floor, and scuppered for the door. Scabbers! Ron shouted. Hurrying out of the shop after him, Harry followed. It took them nearly 10 minutes to find Scabbers, who had taken refuge under a waste paper bin outside quality Quidditch slime, stroking out all over the place here. Ron stuffed the trembling rat back into his pocket and straightened up, massaging his head. What was that? That was either a very big cat or quite a small tiger, said Harry. Where's Hermione? Probably getting her owl. They made their way back up the crowded street to the magical menagerie. As they reached it, Hermione came out. But she wasn't carrying an owl. Her arms were clamped tightly around the enormous ginger cat. You bought that monster? Said Ron, his mouth hanging open. He's gorgeous, isn't he? Said Hermione, glowing. That was a matter of opinion, thought Harry. The cat's ginger fur was thick and fluffy, but it was definitely a bit bow-legged, and his face looked grumpy and oddly squashed, as though it had run headlong into a brick wall. It's a pug. Now that Scabbers...
It's a pug. It's actually a dog.
Now that Scabbers was out of sight, however, the cat was purring contentedly in Hermione's arms. Hermione, that thing nearly scalped me, said Ron. You didn't mean to, did you, Crookshanks? Said Hermione. And what about Scabbers? Said Ron, pointing at the lump in his chest pocket. He needs rest and relaxation. How is he going to get that with that thing around? That reminds me, you forgot your rat tonic, said Hermione, slapping the small red bottle into Rand's hand. Jesus!
Rand's hand!
Rand's hand!
Oh.
My wife's cat in C's is Hermione. I love it!
Well, what?
Apparently Captain Vix, his wife's cat in Sea of Thieves is Hermione.
Oh! I didn't know Key named her cat. That's cute. Or named her cat that, I should say.
I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it.
That's awesome.
Oh, God, what did I lose?
And stop worrying!
Stop worrying! Crookshanks will be sleeping in my dormitory and Scabbers in yours. What's the problem? Poor Crookshanks, that witch said she'd been in there for ages. No one wanted him. I wonder why, said Ron sarcastically as they set off towards the leaky cauldron. They found Mr. Weasley sitting in the bar, reading the Daily Prophet. Harry, he said, smiling as he looked up. How are you? Fine, thanks, said Harry as Ron and Hermione joined Mr. Weasley with all their shopping. Mr. Weasley put down his paper, and Harry saw the now familiar picture of Sirius Black staring up at him. They still haven't caught him yet, then? He asked. No, said Mr. Weasley, looking extremely grave. They've pulled us all off our regular jobs at the ministry to try to find him, but no luck so far. Would we get a reward if we caught him? Asked Ron. It'd be great to get some more money. Don't be ridiculous, Ron, said Mr. Weasley, who on closer inspection looked very strained. Black's not going to be caught by a 13-year-old wizard. Are you sure about that? Is that your final answer?
Foreshadowing?
Dun, dun, dun. I need that as a sound bite. Like, someone get me a dun 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 that I can key up and just...
Dun dun dun.
I need
just
it.
Dun dun dun.
Someone make it happen.
At that moment, Mrs. Weasley entered the bar.
She did. Layton was shopping and followed by the twins, Fred and George, who were about to start their 5th year at Hogwarts. Newly elected head boy Percy, and Weasley's youngest child and only girl, Ginny. Ginny, who had always been very taken with Harry, seemed even more heartily embarrassed than usual when she saw him. Perhaps because he had saved her life during the last term at Hogwarts? She went very red and muttered, hello, without looking at him. Percy, however, held out his hand solemnly as though he and Harry had never met and said, Harry, nice to see you. Hello, Percy, Harry said, trying not to laugh. I hope you're well, said Percy, pompously shaking hands. It was rather like being introduced to the mayor with his nipple rings. Very well.
Yeah, he's like shaking a little bit, like.
I hear jingle,
hello, Harry.
jingle.
Just the prefect badge being on him is enough for now.
Right.
Is more than enough. If yeah. Just if you know what I mean. That's all I'll say. Mm-hmm.
Simply splendid to see you, old boy.
Oh, Harry! Simply splendid to see you, old... Harry! Marvelous!
Said Fred, elbowing Percy out of the way and bowing deeply. Simply splendid to see you, old boy. Marvelous, said George, pushing aside Fred and seizing Harry's hand in turn. Absolutely spiffing! Percy scowled. That's enough now, said Mrs. Weasley. Mom, said Fred, who thought he'd only spotted her.
Mom!
How really corking to see you! I said that's enough, said Mrs. Weasley, depositing her shopping in an empty chair. Hello, Harry dear. I suppose you've heard our exciting news. She pointed at the brand new silver badge on Percy's chest. Second head boy in the family, she said, swelling with pride.
Why is Percy naked?
Dancing on the table.
Wait. No, we know why he's naked. He's just enjoying the moment.
He is. He's taking it all in.
He's very much. Everybody's just kind of putting up with it a little bit, and Mrs. Weasley's just trying to focus on the positive. And she is not looking down, and she is just trying not to slip.
I'm okay. And last, said, and Fred muttered under his breath. I don't doubt that, said Mrs. Weasley, frowning suddenly. I notice they haven't made you two prefects. What do we want to be prefects for? Said George, looking revolted at the very idea. Take all the fun out of life. Ginny giggled. You want to set a better example for your sister, snapped Mrs. Weasley. Ginny's got other brothers to set her an example, Mother, said Percy loftily. I'm going up to change for dinner. What is this? A freaking cruise on the Titanic? Why are you changing for dinner? Wash your hands.
Well, he has to put clothes on.
Oh, true. He doesn't have any on.
The other wizards are coming.
The other wizards are coming, and it's inappropriate to eat in the tavern naked.
Mm.
We tried to shut him in a pyramid, told Harry, but Mum spotted us.
No.
Dinner that last night was a very enjoyable affair. Tom, the innkeeper, put 3 tables together in the parlor, and the 7 Weasleys, Harry, and Hermione ate their way through 5 delicious courses. How are we getting to King's Cross tomorrow, Dad? Asked Fred as they tucked into a sumptuous chocolate pudding. The Ministry's provided a couple of cars, said Mr. Weasley. Everyone looked at him. Why? Said Percy curiously. It's because of you, Percy, said George seriously. And there'll be little flags on the bonnets with HB on them for Humongous Big Head, said Fred. Everyone except Percy and Mr. Weasley snorted into their pudding.
Mrs. Weasley. Mr. Weasley was laughing.
Of course he was.
And Hermione was laughing. She too is sick of Percy.
We are all sick of Percy. Why are the Ministry providing cars, Father? Percy asked again in a dignified voice. Well, as we haven't got one anymore, said Mr. Weasley, and as I work there, they're doing me a favor. His voice was casual, but Harry couldn't help noticing that Mr. Weasley's ears had gone red, just like Ron's did when he was under pressure. Good job, too, said Mrs. Weasley briskly. Do you realize how much luggage you've all got between you? A nice sight you'd be on the Muggle Underground. You were all packed, aren't you? Ron hasn't put all his new things in his trunk yet, said Percy in a long, suffering voice. He's dumped them on my bed. You better go and pack properly, Ron, because we won't have much time in the morning, Mrs. Weasley called down the table. Ron scowled at Percy. After dinner, everyone felt full and sleepy. One by one, they made their way upstairs to their room to check their things for the next day. Ron and Percy were next door to Harry. He had just closed and locked his own trunk when he heard angry voices through the wall. I went to see what was going on. The door of number 12 was ajar, and Percy was shouting. It was here, on the bedside table. I took it off for polishing. I haven't touched it, all right, Ron roared back. What's up? My head boy badge. What's up, said Harry. My head boy badge is gone, said Percy, rounding on Harry. So is Scabbers rat tonic, said Ron, throwing things out of his trunk to look. I think I might have left it at the bar. You're not going anywhere till I've found my badge, yelled Percy. I'll get Scabbers stuff. I'm packed, Harry said to Ron. He went downstairs. Harry was halfway along the passage to the bar, which was now very dark, when he heard another pair of angry voices coming from the parlor. A second later, he recognized them as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. He hesitated, not wanting them to know he'd heard them arguing, when the sound of his own name made him stop and move closer to the parlor door. Makes no sense not to tell him, Mr. Weasley said heatedly. Harry's got a right to know. I tried to tell Fudge, but he insists on treating Harry like a child. He's 13 years old and... Arthur, the truth would terrify him, said Mrs. Weasley shrilly. Do you really want to send Harry back to school with that hanging over him? For heaven's sake, he's happy not knowing. I don't want to make him miserable. I want to put him on guard, retorted Mr. Weasley. You know what Harry and Ron are like, wandering off by themselves. They've ended up in the Forbidden Forest twice. But Harry mustn't do that this year. When I think what could have happened to him that night he ran away from home, if the night bus hadn't picked him up, I'm prepared to bet he would have been dead before the Ministry found him. But he's not dead. He's fine, so what's the point? Molly, they say Sirius Black's mad. And maybe he is. But he was clever enough to escape from Azkaban, and that's supposed to be impossible. It's been 3 weeks, and no one's seen hide nor hair of him, and I don't care what Fudge keeps telling the Daily Prophet, we're no nearer to catching Black than inventing a self-spelling wand. The only thing we know for sure is that that Harry will be perfectly safe at Hogwarts. We thought Azkaban was perfectly safe. If Black can break out of Azkaban, he can break in to Hogwarts. But no one's really sure that Black's after Harry. There was a thud on the wood, and Harry was sure Mr. Weasley had banged his fist on the table. Molly, how many times do I have to tell you? They didn't report it in the press because Fudge wanted it kept quiet, but Fudge went out to Azkaban the night Black escaped. The guards told Fudge that Black's been talking in his sleep for a while now. Always the same words. He's at Hogwarts. He's at Hogwarts. Black is deranged, Molly, and if he wants Harry dead, if you ask me, he thinks murdering Harry will bring you-know-who back to power. Black lost everything the night Harry stopped you-know-who. And he's had 12 years alone in Azkaban to brood on that. There was silence. Harry leaned closer to the door, desperate to hear more. Well, Arthur, you must do what you think is right, but you're forgetting Albus Dumbledore. I don't think anything could hurt Harry at Hogwarts while Dumbledore's headmaster. I suppose he knows about all this? Of course he knows. We had to ask him if he minds the Azkaban guards stationing themselves around the entrances to the school grounds. He wasn't happy about it, but he agreed. Not happy? Why shouldn't he be happy if they're there to catch Black? Dumbledore isn't fond of the Azkaban guards, said Mr. Weasley heavily. Nor am I if it comes to that, but when you're dealing with a wizard like Black, you've sometimes got to join forces with those you'd rather avoid. If they save Harry, then I will never say another word against them, said Mr. Weasley warily. It's late, Molly. We'd better go up. Harry heard chairs move. As quietly as he could, he hurried down the passage to the bar and out of sight. The parlor door opened, and a few seconds later, footsteps told him that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were climbing the stairs. The bottle of rat tonic was laying under the table they sat at earlier. Harry waited until he heard Mr. and Miss... Holy stroke! Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's bedroom door closed and then headed back upstairs with the bottle. Fred and George were crouching in the shadows of the landing, heaving with laughter as they listened to Percy dismantling his and Ron's room in search for his badge. We've got it, Fred whispered to Harry. We've been improving it. The badge now read Big Head Boy.
Yay!
Yay! Harry forced a laugh, went to give Ron the rat tonic, then shut himself in his room and lay on his bed. So Sirius Black was after him. That explained everything. Fudge had been lenient with him because he was so relieved to find him alive. He'd made Harry promise to stay in Diagon Alley where there were plenty of wizards to keep an eye on him, and he was sending 2 ministry cars to take them all to the station tomorrow so that the Weasleys could look after Harry until he was on the train. Harry lay listening to the muffled shouting next door and wondered why he didn't feel more scared. Sirius Black had murdered 13 people with one curse. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley obviously thought Harry would be panic-stricken if he knew the truth. But Harry happened to agree wholeheartedly with Mrs. Weasley that the safest place on Earth was wherever Albus Dumbledore happened to be. Didn't people always say that Dumbledore was the one person Lord Voldemort had never been afraid of? Surely, Black was Voldemort's right-hand man, and would be just as frightened of him. Bah, holy stroke.
You can do it.
There were those Azkaban guards everyone kept talking about. They seemed to scare most people senseless, and if they were stationed all around the school, Black's chances of getting inside seemed very remote. No. All in all, the thing that bothered Harry most was the fact that his chances of visiting Hogsmeade now looked like 0. Nobody would want Harry to leave the safety of the castle until Black was caught. In fact, Harry suspected his every move would be carefully watched until the danger had passed. He scowled at the dark ceiling. Did they think he couldn't look after himself? He'd escaped Lord Voldemort 3 times. He wasn't completely useless. Unbidden, the image of the beast in the shadows of Mongolia Crescent crossed his mind. What do you do when you know the worst is coming? I am not going to get murdered, Harry said out loud. That's the spirit, dear, said Izmir sleepily. Out of nowhere, there's like, Izmir. That's
Neato.
The spirit.
Good for you. That's amazing. Whew. Man, 5 chapters? We have time for one more? Holy crap, what is going on?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm kind of hoping this last chapter is going to be a normal chapter and nobody releases the Kraken.
Well, we're going to find out here. Chapter 5. The Dementor.
The Dementor.
Spooky chapter.
Spoopy.
Spoopy.
Scary skeletons. I need a drink so bad after that. That was a long chapter.
Oh no, Panda has redeemed something.
What now?
You want to know? You want to find out?
Surprise me.
All right. Let me get back to my timer.
5 minutes on the clock.
Well, actually, I might need. Well, we'll see. All right, here we go.
Oh no.
Sorry, hold on. I need to make sure the timer is. There we go. Okay. Tom woke Harry the next morning with his usual grin and a cup of tea. Harry got dressed and was just persuading a disgruntled Hagrid to get back into her cage when Ron banged his way into the room, pulling a sweatshirt over his head and looking irritable.
Welcome
The sooner
back,
we get
Lockhart.
on the train, the better, he said. At least we can get away from Percy at Hogwarts. Always accusing me of dripping tea on his photo of Penelope Clearwater. Himself, you know, Ron grimaced. His girlfriend. She's hidden her face under the frame because her nose has gone all blotchy. Oh, I've got something to tell you, Harry began, but they were interrupted by Fred and George, who had looked in to congratulate Ron on infuriating Percy again. They headed down to breakfast where Mr. Weasley was reading the front page of the Daily Prophet with a furrowed brow, and Mrs. Weasley was telling Hermione and Ginny about a love potion she'd made as a young girl. All three of them were rather giggly. I'll give that back to you, Captain Victory, because I can't do two at the same time. Sir, I cannot do these two voices at the exact same time, so I will refund those to you in just a moment. I can't do 10 minutes of voices in a row. Oh dear.
I can't handle 10 minutes of voices in a row.
I suppose I have no choice, so that'll just be after, I guess. They headed down to breakfast, where Mr. Weasley was, we did already. What were you saying? Ron asked Harry as they sat down. Later. Aha! Harry muttered as Ron Percy stormed in. Harry had no chance to speak to Ron or Hermione in the chaos of leaving. They were too busy heaving all their trunks down the leaky cauldron's narrow staircase and piling them up near the door. With Hedwig and Hermes, Percy's screech owl, perched on their cages. A small wickerwork basket stood beside a heap of trunks, spitting loudly. It's all right, Crookshanks, Hermione cooed through the wickerwork. I'll let you out on the train. You won't, snapped Ron. What about poor Scabbers? He pointed at his chest where a large lump indicated that Scabbers was curled up in his pocket. Mr. Weasley, who had been outside waiting for the ministry cars, took his head inside. They're here, he said. Harry, come on. Mr. Weasley marched Harry across the short stretch of pavement toward the first of two old-fashioned dark green cars, each of which was driven by a furtive-looking wizard wearing a suit of emerald velvet. In you get, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, glancing up and down the crowded street. Harry got into the back of the car and was shortly joined by Hermione, Ron, and, to Ron's disgust, Percy. The journey to King's Cross was very uneventful compared to Harry's trip on the night bus. The Ministry of Magic's cars seemed almost ordinary, though Harry noticed they could slide through gaps that Uncle Vernon's new company cars certainly couldn't have managed. They reached King's Cross within 20 minutes to spare. The Ministry's drivers found them trolleys, unloaded their trunks, touched their hats in salute to Mr. Weasley, and drove away, somehow managing to jump to the head of an unmoving line at the traffic light. Mr. Weasley kept
Nobody notices.
Nobody notices what?
These cars just... Why? How'd they get there?
Oh no, it's just wizards. Wizards! Oh, people so stupid. They're wizards! Oh, right then, he said, glancing around them. Let's do some pairs. There's so many of us. I'll go through first. Hey, Mr. Weasley
strolled through the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, pushing Harry's trolley and apparently very interested in the Intercity 125 that had just arrived at platform 9. With a meaningful look at Harry, he leaned casually against the barrier. Harry imitated him. In a moment, they had fallen sideways through the solid metal onto platform 9 3/4 and looked up at the Hogwarts Express, a scarlet steam engine puffing smoke over a platform with witches and wizards seeing their children's onto the train.
Oh. Well, that's the first 5 minutes.
See, I love Lockhart. He doesn't hit me the same way that the other ones do. He's still funny, but he doesn't like kill me the way the other ones do. I don't know.
Well, it's a Mario time, so maybe that'll kill you in a minute. You can blame Captain Victory, who doesn't believe in actually giving me a break.
Captain Victory! Oh, God.
Okay.
Where's my adult?
Here we go! Here we go! Percy and the genies suddenly appeared behind Harry. They were panting and had apparently taken the barrier at a run. Ah, there's a Penelope, said Percy, smoothing his hair and going pink again. Ginny caught Harry's eye, and they both turned away to hide their laughter as Percy strode toward a girl with long curly hair, walking with his chest thrown out so that she couldn't miss his shiny badge. Why is he naked again?
Why is he naked again?
Once the remaining Weasleys and Hermione joined them. Harry and Ron led the way to the end of the train, past the packed compartments to a carriage that looked quite empty. Oh, goodness. And they loaded the trunks onto it, so the Hedwig and the Crookshanks. I'm glad you're dying, Captain Vic. I am too, but for different reasons. Mrs. Weasley kissed all her children. It's me, Penelope! Wahoo! then Princess Hermione and finally Harry. He was embarrassed, but really quite pleased when she gave him an extra hug. Do take care, Harry, won't you? She said as she straightened up, her eyes oddly bright. Then she opened her enormous handbag and said, I've made you all sandwiches. Here you are. No, they're not corned beef. Fred? Where's Fred? Here you are, dear. Harry, said Mr. Weasley quietly, come over here a moment. He jerked his head toward the peel, and Harry followed behind it, leaving the others crowded around Mrs. Weasley. There's something I need to tell you before you leave, said Mr. Weasley in a tense voice. It's all right, Mr. Weasley. It's a okie dokie, said Harry. I already know. You know? How could you know? I heard you and Mrs. Weasley talking last night. I couldn't help hearing, Harry added quickly. Oh, no. That's not the way I'd have chosen for you to find out, said Mr. Weasley, looking anxious. No, it's okay. This way, you haven't broken your word to Fudge, and I know what's going on. Harry, you must be very scared. I'm not, said Harry. It's okie dokie, he added, because Mr. Weasley was looking disbelieving. I'm not trying to be a hero, but seriously, Sirius Black can't be worse than Voldemort, can't he? Mr. Weasley flinched at the sound of the name, but overlooked it. Harry, I knew you were, made of stronger stuff than a Fudge seems to think, and I'm obviously pleased you're not scared. But Arthur, cried Mr. Weasley, who was now shepherding the rest onto the train. Arthur, what are you doing? It's about to go time. He's coming, Molly, said Mr. Weasley, but he turned his back to Harry and kept talking in a lower and more hurried voice. Listen, I want you to give me your word that I'll be a good boy and stay in the castle, said Harry gloomily. Not entirely, said Mr. Weasley, who looked more serious than Harry had ever seen him. Harry, swear to me you won't go looking for Sirius Black. Harry stared. What? There was a loud whistle. Guards were walking along the train, slamming all the doors shut. Promise me, Harry, said Mr. Weasley, talking more quickly still, that whatever happened, why would I go looking for somebody I know wants to kill me? Said Harry blankly. Swear to me that whatever you might hear, Arthur, quickly, cried Mrs. Weasley.
steam was billowing from the train. It had started to move. Harry ran to the compartment door, and Ron threw it open and stood back to let them on. They leaned out of the window and waved to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley until the train turned the corner and blocked them from view.
Oh.
I need to talk to you in a private, Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione as the train picked up a speed. Go away, Ginny, said Ron. Oh, that's a nice, said Ginny huffily, and she stalked off. Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off down the corridor, looking for an empty compartment. But all were full, except for the one at the very end of the for the one at the very end of the train. This had only one occupant, a man sitting fast asleep next to the window. Harry, Ron, and the Princess Hermione checked the refreshment. The Hogwarts Express was usually reserved for students, and they had never seen an adult there before, except for the witch who pushed the food cart. The stranger was wearing an extremely shabby set of wizard robes that had been darned in several places. He looked Oh, thank goodness. Oh, okay. And Panda has redeemed a hydrate for me that I will now very eagerly take advantage of.
Oh my god. Where are my glasses?
Oh, I don't have water. I'll take advantage of it later.
I was gonna say we could squeeze in another chapter, but we can't. Because the next chapter would be me, but it's Trelawney comes into the picture, and you wanted Trelawney.
I do want I don't mind reading 2 chapters in a row if we have to, if we have time.
We're only 3 hours into this.
I know, I'm shocked.
Like, we are owning the schnot. Caught myself. Did you see that? I did it.
We are owning the schnot.
The schnot.
SHNOT, the schnot.
The schnot. I
The
caught
schnot.
myself.
It's the new flavor of schnot that just came out.
Oh, don't talk about that. I'm laughing
What's
so
it
hard my
taste like,
nose is...
Salt?
I'm laughing so hard my nose is running, which is causing my nose ring to rotate, so I keep having to fix my nose ring, and it's a hot mess over here.
Would you say your nose is schnotting?
I guess my nose is schnotting. And my teacup is empty, which is a problem.
You sound so very worn out, Doodle Panda. Panda says, you sound so very worn out, Doodle. And I am worn out, but not in the way that you expect. No,
like
it's not Mario anymore. No. It's not Mario anymore. Mario time is over. You get 5 minutes of Mario time, that's it.
We try not to overwhelm. You really need to put a timer on those. I told you that 2
I
weeks
did.
ago.
I have. They're all individual voices. Oh, my voice sounds very dry. I mean, a little bit. I need to lubricate it slightly, but I need to get some water in just a second. So, after this chapter, maybe I take. Don't do that. On the tea?
Yep.
After this chapter, why don't we take a quick, just a 5-minute break? I can grab some water, maybe use the restroom, and then we can all come back in just a minute. How about that? Does that sound good?
We can do that.
And see where we sit as far as another chapter, or if we need to stop or whatever. But
well, that's up to you because you wanted Trelawney, and Trelawney is next.
I know. I mean, I am totally willing to do another chapter, but I just want to see where we are on time after this chapter and stuff too.
Yeah.
So we'll see. But I promise my voice is fine.
Oh my gosh.
I have to do Ron. Okay. I need to talk to you in private, Harry muttered to Ron and Hermione as the train picked up speed. Go away, Ginny, said Ron. Oh, that's nice, said Ginny huffily, and she stalked off. Harry, Ron, and Hermione set off down the corridor looking for an empty compartment, but all were full except for the one at the very end of the train. Oh, I read this already. Never mind. Let's see. Darned, he looked ill and exhausted, like me. Though quite young, his light brown hair was flecked with gray. Who do you reckon he is? Ron hissed as they sat down and slid the door shut, taking the seats farthest away from the window. Professor R.J. Lupin, whispered Hermione at once. How do you know that? It's on his case, she replied, pointing at the luggage rack over the man's head, where there was a small, battered case held together with a large quantity of neatly knotted string. The name Professor R.J. Lupin was stamped across one corner in peeling letters.
dear.
I wonder what he teaches, said Ron, frowning at Professor Lupin's pallid profile.
That's obvious, whispered Hermione. There's only one vacancy, isn't there? Defense against the dark arts. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had already had 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, both of whom had lasted only 1 year. There were rumors that the job was jinxed.
Well, I hope he's up to it, said Ron doubtfully. He looks like one good hex could finish him off, doesn't he? Anyway, returned Harry, what are you going to tell us?
Harry explained all about Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's argument and the warning Mr. Weasley had given him. When he'd finished, Ron looked thunderstruck, and Hermione had her hands over her mouth. She Evie! Welcome to the stream and welcome Raiders.
Evie!
Well, you know what you came for. You know what you're in. I mean, maybe you don't, but I hope you know what you're in for, right? How was your stream? Whoop whoop. I hope your stream was good. Welcome, Isaac.
Raiders for Doodle!
Isaac, I don't know. This is not your first time here, so maybe you've seen this before. I'm so sorry.
I apologize in advance for what is going to happen. I do not hold myself accountable.
Let's see. Hermione she finally lowered them to say, Sirius Black escaped to come after you. Oh, Captain Vic says, I'm so mad the Raiders missed Mario time. You missed Waluigi time. Evie says, it was good. Play some Animal Crossing and watch some cringy videos. We should play Animal Crossing together sometime. That'd be fun.
Oh, you missed Waluigi time. I died. My face hurt so bad.
You guys,
Oh.
we are making some good time in the book, actually. We normally average about 4 chapters. We're in chapter 6 right now. So,
right.
I mean, we're making some good time tonight. You're prepared. Here we go. It's so good. Sirius Black is to you. Oh, Harry, you'll have to be really, really careful. Don't go looking for trouble, Harry. I don't go looking for trouble, said Harry, nettled. Trouble usually finds me.
How thick would Harry have to be to go looking for a nutter who wants to kill him?
Said Ron shakily. They were taking the news worse than Harry had expected. Both Ron and Hermione seemed to be much more frightened of Black than he was.
No one knows how he got out of Azkaban, said Ron uncomfortably. No one's ever done it before, and he was a top security prisoner too.
Why does it sound like someone keeps stepping on his toes?
Because metaphorically someone is. They'll catch him, won't they? Said Hermione earnestly. They've got all the muggles looking out for him, too.
What's that noise? Said Ron suddenly. Yay!
A faint, any sort of whistle was coming from somewhere. He looked all around the compartment.
I can't.
It's coming from your trunk, Harry,
said Ron, reaching into the luggage rack. A moment later, he had pulled the pocket sneakoscope out from between Harry's robes. It was spinning very fast in the palm of Ron's hand and glowing brilliantly. Is that a sneak? No, keep going. Is that a sneak? No.
I can't because I'm laughing.
Is that what the noise it makes?
Yes. You are the voices, I am the sound effects. Together we make a great team.
Captain Victory says, I find Muggle offensive. I prefer not magically inclined person. And I'm like, be quiet, Muggle. Is that a sneakoscope? Hermione interestedly, standing up for a better look.
Yeah, mind you, it's a very cheap one. We're poor, Ron said. It looked haywire just so I was tying it to Errol's leg to send it to Harry.
Were you doing anything untrustworthy at the time? Said Hermione shrewdly.
No! Well, I wasn't supposed to be using Errol. You know he's not really up to long journeys.
No,
but how else was I supposed to get Harry's present to him?
Stick it back in the trunk. Oh, that's not advice. That's him saying, stick it back in the trunk, Harry advised as if she was so confusingly. He's like, stick it back in the trunk, you dum-dum.
This is what happens on the last and second to last chapters. We just lose all sense of freaking composure.
Yes.
Oh.
Stick it back in the trunk, Harry advised as the sneakoscope whispered piercingly, or it'll wake him up. He nodded toward Professor Lupin. Ron stuffed the sneakoscope into a particularly horrible pair of Uncle Vernon's old socks, which deadened the sound, then closed the lid of the trunk on it. We could get it checked in Hogsmeade, Ron said, sitting back down. They sell that sort of thing in Dervish and Block and Bank. Dervish we're in Dervishes.
Holy
Magical
stroke!
instruments and stuff. Holy stroke, Batman. In Dervish and Bangers. Magical instruments and stuff. Fred and George told me. Do you know much about Hogsmeade? Asked Hermione keenly. I read it's the only entirely non-Muggle settlement in Britain. Yeah, I think it is, said Ron in an offhand sort of way. But that's not why I want to go. I just want to get inside Honeydew. What's that? Said Hermione. It's this sweet shop, said Ron, a dreamy look coming over his face, where they've got everything. Pepper M's, they make you smoke at the mouth, and great fat choco balls full of strawberry mousse and clotted cream, and really excellent sugar quills which you can suck in class and look like you're just thinking about what to write next. But Hogsmeade's a very interesting place, isn't it? And chocolate frogs! And chocolate frogs and butterbeer. In sites of historical sorcery, it says the inn was the headquarters for the 1612 Goblin Rebellion, and the Shrieking Shack's supposed to be the he actually is doing this. Supposed to be the most severely haunted building in Britain, and massive sherbet balls that make you levitate a few inches off the ground while you're sucking them," said Ron, who was plainly not interested. I had my headphones.
I'm laughing so hard my ears are clogged.
Panda says, I had my headphones off on my stand. I was across my apartment and I kept hearing a high pitched noise, and I was worried something was wrong in my kitchen. And then I realized it was you.
Panda's walking back from the bathroom. Why the hell is my oven whistling?
Man, that smoke alarm's really going crazy right now, isn't it?
I need an adult. Please send help. Call everyone.
Hermione looked around at Harry. Won't it be so nice to get out of school for a bit and explore Hogsmeade? And T-Boats every flavored beans! How about some lemon ones? Expect it will, said Harry heavily.
I just want Hermione to reach out and just slap him in the back of the head.
You'll have to tell me what you found. Bam! Said Ron. I can't go. The Dursleys didn't sign my permission form, and Fudge wouldn't either. Ron looked horrified. You're not allowed to come? But no way! McGonagall or someone will give you permission. Harry gave a hollow laugh. Professor McGonagall, head of Hogwarts House, was very strict. Or we can ask Fred and George. They know every secret passage out of the castle. Ron! Said Hermione sharply. I don't think Harry should be sneaking out of school with Black on the loose. Yeah, I expect that's what McGonagall will say, but when I asked for permission, said Harry bitterly. But I with him, said Ron, spirited to Hermione. Black wouldn't dare. Oh, Ron, don't talk rubbish, snapped Hermione. Black's already murdered a whole bunch of people in the middle of a crowded street. Do you really think he's going to worry about attacking Harry just because we're there? She was fumbling with the straps of Crookshank's basket as she spoke. Don't let that sneak up, Ron said, but too late. Crookshanks leapt lightly from the basket, stretched, yawned, and sprang onto Ron's knees. The lump in Ron's pocket trembled, and he shoved Crookshanks angrily away.
I warm my tea. It's fine. It's fine. It's a little damp over here.
Hermione angrily. Ron was about to answer back when Professor Lupin stirred. They watched him apprehensively, but he simply turned his head the other way, mouth slightly open, and slept on. The Hogwarts Express moved steadily north, and the scenery outside the window became wilder and darker, while the clouds overhead thickened. People were chasing backward and forward past the door of their compartment. Crookshanks had now settled in an empty seat, his squished face turning towards Ron, his yellow eyes on Ron's top pocket. At 1 o'clock, the plump witch with the food cart arrived at the compartment door. Do you think we should wake him up? Ron asked awkwardly, looking toward Professor Lupin. He looks like he could do with some food, like pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, the lemon ones.
Pumpkin pasties.
Pumpkin pasties. Percy really likes those
What?
What are you looking at, Foxfire? She keeps looking at me. Why are you looking at me? Why?
I'm waiting for her to pick up a shoe and just throw it at you.
Don't. Hermione approached Professor Lupin cautiously. Professor, she said. Excuse me. Professor? He didn't move. Don't worry, dear, said the witch as she handed Harry a large check of cultured cakes. Yeah! He's hungry when he wakes. If he's hungry when he wakes, I'll be up front with the driver. I suppose he is asleep, said Ron quietly as the witch saw the compartment door closed. I mean, he hasn't died, has he? No, he's breathing.
I'm having a really hard time over here.
I love this new voice.
I don't know if I can handle the rest of the book like this. I think don't.
Potter Puppet Pals Ron is replacing Lockhart on the soundboard. And that also might be a follower thing if somebody, I don't know, if somebody gets a good clip of Ron saying something that could be a good follower. He hasn't died. That would be a funny follower thing.
Oh, jeez.
No,
you
he's
made
breathing.
me spit tea out onto my keyboard. My desk is all kinds of things are going on.
You need to just put like plastic wrap on your entire setup there when you're with this.
Plexiglass shields to go in front of me.
Honestly, you might.
Stroking off my keyboard.
Whispered Hermione, taking the culture cake Harry Panda Buddy says just the line, I found the source of the ticking! It's a pipe bomb! Yay!
I'm in the closet again!
Harry, it's dark in here! I can't breathe, Harry! I see a light at the end of the tunnel, Harry!
I see a spider!
Oh no, there's a spider tunnel! He might not be very good company, but Professor Lupin's presence in their compartment had its uses. Mid-afternoon, just as it had started to rain, blurring the rolling hills outside the window, they heard footsteps in the corridor again, and their three least favorite people appeared at the door. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his cronies, Vincent Crabbe, and Gregory Goyle. Did you know those were their first names? Neither does anybody else, and nobody cares. And Candace says, I think you killed class. Yes, so now I'm going to have to make a little, I'm going to make you a little ghost little thingy for my stream.
Can it have a purple shaved head and purple hair on one side?
I'm going to do my best to do that. It's going to definitely have purple hair. Draco Malfoy and Harry had been enemies ever since they had met on their very first train journey to Hogwarts. Malfoy, who had a pale, pointed, sneering face, was in Slytherin House. He played Seeker on the Slytherin Quidditch team, the same position that Harry played on the Gryffindor team. Crabbe and Goyle seemed to exist to do Malfoy's bidding. They were both wide and muscly. Crabbe was taller, with a pudding bowl haircut and a very thick neck. Goyle had short, bristly hair and long, gorilla-ish arms. Well, look who it is, said Malfoy in his usual lazy drawl, pulling open the cabinet door. Potty and the Weasel. Crabbe and Goyle chuckled trollishly. I heard your father finally got his hands on some gold this summer, Weasley, said Malfoy. Did your mother die of shock? Ron stood up so quickly he knocked Crookshank's basket to the floor. he knocked Crabshanks. He knocked Crookshank's basket to the floor. Professor Lupin gave a snort. Who's that? Said Malfoy, taking an automatic step backward as he spotted Lupin. Oh, new teacher, said Harry, who got to his feet too, in case he needed to hold Ron back. Now, what were you saying, Malfoy? Malfoy's pale eyes narrowed. He wasn't fool enough to pick a fight right under a teacher's nose. Come on, he muttered resentfully to Crabbe and Goyle, and they disappeared. Harry and Ron sat down again, Ron massaging his knuckles. I'm not going to take any crap from Malfoy this year, he said angrily. I mean it. If he makes one more crack about my family, I'm going to get a hold of his head and Ron made a violent gesture in midair. Ron, hissed Hermione, pointing at Professor Lupin. "Be careful!" But Professor Lupin was still asleep. The rain thickened as the train sped yet farther north. The windows were now a solid, shimmering gray, which gradually darkened until lanterns flickered into life all along the corridors and over the luggage racks. The train rattled, the rain hammered, and the wind roared, but still Professor Lupin slept. "We must be nearly there," said Ron, leaning forward to look past Professor Lupin at the now completely black window. The words had hardly left him when the train started to slow down. "Great!" said Ron, getting up and walking carefully past Professor Lupin to try and see outside. "I'm starving! I want to get to the feast!" "We can't be there yet," said Hermione, checking her watch. "So, why are we stopping?" The train was getting slower and slower. As the noise of the pistons fell away, the wind and rain sounded louder than ever against the windows. Harry, who was nearest the door, got up to look into the corridor. All along the carriage, heads were sticking curiously out of their compartments. The train came to a stop with a jolt, and distant thuds and bangs told them that luggage had fallen out of the racks. Ow! Then suddenly, without warning, all the lamps went out, and they were plunged into total darkness. "Good God!" said Ron's voice from behind Harry. "Ouch!" gasped Hermione. "Ron, that was my foot." Oh, he just got slammed to a cover when that thing's off. Harry felt his way back to his seat. "Do you think we've broken down?" "Dunno." There was a squeaking sound, and Harry saw the dim outline of Ron wiping a patch clean on the window and peering out. "There's something moving out there," Ron said. "I think people are coming aboard." The compartment door suddenly opened, and someone fell painfully over Harry's legs. "Sorry, do you know what's going on? Ouch! Sorry." "Hello, Neville," said Harry, feeling around in the dark and pulling Neville up by his cloak. "Harry, is that you? What's happening?" "No idea." "Sit down." There was a loud hissing and a yelp of pain. Neville had tried to sit on Crookshanks. "I'm going to ask the driver what's going on," came Hermione's voice. Harry felt her pass him, heard the door slide open again, and then a thud and two loud squeals of pain. "Who's that? Who's that? Ginny, Hermione, what are you doing? I'm looking for Ron. Come and sit down." "Not here," said Harry hurriedly. "I'm here." "Ouch." Panda says, "So would Ron's boggart just be a giant closet?"
He opens it and all his brooms fall out with a giant spider.
"Ouch." "Quiet," said a hoarse voice suddenly. "Quiet!" said a hoarse voice suddenly. Professor Lupin appeared to have woken up last. Harry could hear movements in his corner. None of them spoke. There was a loud crackling sound, and a shivering light filled the compartment. Professor Lupin appeared to be holding a handful of flames. They illuminated his tired gray face, but his eyes looked alert and wary. "Grrr, there you are," he said it in the same hoarse voice. Well, more like a dog voice. And he got slowly to his feet. In the same hoarse voice. "Stay where you are." Part werewolf, part centaur. No, I'm gonna go with dog voice. I wanted to do dog voice for him.
Why so? Oh God!
But the door slid slowly open before Lupin could reach it. Standing in the doorway, illuminated by the shivering flames in Lupin's hand, was a cloaked figure that towered to the ceiling. Its face was completely hidden by its hood. Harry's eyes started downward, and what he saw made his stomach contract. There was a hand protruding from the cloak, and it was glistening, grayish, slimy-looking, and scabbed like something dead that had decayed in the water. But it was only visible for a split second, as though the creature beneath the cloak sensed Harry's gaze. The hand was suddenly withdrawn into the folds of its black cloak. And then the thing beneath the hood, whatever it was, drew a long, slow, rattling breath, as though it were trying to suck something more than air from its surroundings. "Well, hey, y'all! Sorry to bother. I'm just trying to make sure that there's no one interesting figures in this train. Have you seen it?" "No, I'm so sorry." "I'm just gonna have to kiss y'all really quick. Don't mind me." Panda says he's now Scooby-Doo about Lupin, and no, he's a furry. Um,
I need an
um, an intense cold swept over them all.
adult.
Harry felt his own breath catch in his chest. The cold went deeper than his skin. It was inside his chest. It was inside his very heart. Harry's eyes rolled up into his head. He couldn't see. He was drowning in cold. There was a rushing in his ears as though of water. He was being dragged downward, the roaring growing louder. And then from far away, he heard screaming. Terrible, terrified, pleading screams. He wanted to help whoever it was. He tried to move his arms, but couldn't. A thick white fog was swirling around him. Inside him, Harry! Harry! Where are Harry? Someone was slapping his face. Psst, psst, psst. Oh, what? Harry! Harry opened his eyes. There were lanterns above him, and the floor was shaking. The Hogwarts Express was moving again, and the lights had come back on. He seemed to have slid out of his seat onto the floor. Ron and Hermione were kneeling next to him, and above them he could see Neville and Professor Lupin watching. Harry felt very sick. When he put up his hand to push his glasses back on, he felt cold sweat on his face. Ron and Hermione heaved him back into his seat. "Are you okay?" Ron asked nervously. "Yeah," said Harry, looking quickly toward the door. The hooded creature had vanished. "What happened? Was that thing? Who screamed?" No one screamed! Not me!" said Ron, more nervously still. Harry looked around the bright compartment. Ginny and Neville looked back at him, both very pale. "But I heard screaming." A loud snap made them all jump. Professor Lupin was breaking an enormous slab of chocolate into pieces. "Here," he said to Harry, handing him a particularly large piece. "Eat it. It'll help." Harry took the chocolate, but didn't eat it. "What was that thing?" he asked Lupin. "Dementor," said Lupin, who was now giving chocolate to everyone else. "One of the Dementors of Azkaban." Everyone stared at him. Professor Lupin crumpled up the empty chocolate wrapper and put it in his pocket. "Eat," he repeated. "It'll help. I need to speak to the driver. Excuse me." He strolled past Harry and disappeared into the corridor.
As all of a
Do you
sudden,
think
he starts scratching his ear with his hand as he walks down.
he sniffs one of the doors and like picks up his leg?
As his left leg just starts twitching.
He just like pees really quick on one of the doors and keeps walking.
It's the last chapter de-evolution of us. Oh dear.
Hermione's like, "Do you think he's a werewolf?" "What? No, you're crazy, Hermione."
He's fine.
He's normal. He's the most
Oh,
normal person I've seen my entire time at Hogwarts, including you, Hermione. Oh. "Are you
God.
sure you're okay, Harry?" said Hermione, watching Harry anxiously. "I don't get it. What happened?" said Harry, wiping more sweat off his face. "Well, that thing, the Dementor stood there and looked around. I mean, I think it did. I couldn't see his face, and you." "I thought you were having a fit or something," said Ron, who still looked scared. "You went sort of rigid and fell off your seat and started twitching, and Professor Lupin stepped over you and walked toward the Dementor and pulled out his wand," said Hermione, quickly shushing Ron. And he said, "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks. Go rough." But the Dementor didn't move. So
Rough.
Lupin muttered something, and a silvery thing shot out of his wand at it, and it turned around and sort of glided away. It was horrible," said Neville in a higher voice than usual. Did you feel how cold it got when it came in?" "I felt weird." "Sorry. I felt weird," said Ron,
Why?
shifting his
Why
shoulders.
doesn't that surprise me? Like, why is that a constant state for you at this point?
It's Ron just is like it reminds me of the puberty episode of Potter Puppet Pals where Ron starts going through puberty. He's like, "I feel funny. I felt weird," said Ron, shifting his shoulders uncomfortably. "Like I'd never be cheerful again." Ginny, oh, Ginny, who was huddled in a corner looking nearly as bad as Harry felt, gave a small sob. Hermione went over and put a comforting arm around her. "But didn't any of you fall off your seat?" said Harry awkwardly. "No," said Ron, looking anxiously at Harry again. "Ginny was shaking like mad, though." Harry didn't understand. He felt weak and shivery as though he were recovering from a bad bout of flu. He also felt the beginnings of shame. Why had he gone to pieces like that when no one else had? Professor Lukeman had come back. He paused as he entered, looked around, and said with a small smile, "Well, I haven't poisoned that chocolate, you know." Harry took a bite, and to his great surprise, felt warmth spread suddenly to the tips of his fingers and toes. "We'll be at Hogwarts in 10 minutes," said Professor Lupin. "Are you all right, Harry?" What? Harry didn't know how Professor Lupin knew his name. Fine. Lupin like gives him like a little lick. Just go, "You all right, Harry?" Panda says. Then Ron's. I think he says. Then his voice, assuming he's talking about Ron, dropped like 3 octaves low. "Sup, Harry? Sup, Hermione?" "Shrinkius Bodinkius! I'm so sorry, Harry." They didn't talk much during the remainder of their journey. At long last, the train stopped at Hogsmeade Station, and there was a great scramble to get outside. Owls hooted, cats meowed, and Neville's pet toad croaked loudly from under his hat. It was freezing on the tiny platform. Rain was driving down in icy sheets. "First years this way!" called a familiar voice. Harry, Ron, and Hermione turned and saw the gigantic outline of Hagrid at the other end of the platform, beckoning the terrified-looking new students forward for their traditional journey across the lake. "All right, you three!" Harry yelled over the heads of the crowds. They waved at him, but had no chance to speak to him because the mass of people around them was shunting them away along the platform. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the rest of the school along the platform and out onto a rough mud track, where at least 100 stagecoaches awaited the remaining students, each pulled, Harry could only assume, by an invisible horse, because when they climbed inside and shut the door, the coach set off all by itself, bumping and swaying in procession. The coach smelled faintly of mold and straw. Harry felt better since the chocolate, but still weak. Ron and Hermione kept looking at him sideways as though frightened he might collapse again. As the carriage trundled towards a pair of magnificent wrought iron gates, flanked with some stone columns topped with winged boars, Harry saw 2 more towering hooded Dementors standing guard on either side. "Waha! Welcome to Hogwarts! Waha! Welcome to Hogwarts! Hope you have a nice year! Waha! Welcome to Hogwarts!" A wave of cold sickness threatened to engulf him again. He leaned back into the lumpy seat and closed his eyes until they had passed the gates. "Have a good year, Harry Potter. Sorry about that kerfuffle earlier." The carriage picked up speed on the long, sloping drive up to the castle. Hermione was leaning out of the tiny window, watching the many turrets and towers draw near. At last, the carriage swayed to a halt, and Hermione and Ron got out. As Harry stepped down, a drawling, delighted voice sounded in his ear. "You fainted, Potter! Is Longbottom telling the truth? You actually fainted?" Malfoy elbowed past Hermione to block Harry's way up the stone steps to the castle. His face was gleeful, and his pale eyes glinted maliciously. "Shove off, Malfoy!" said Ron, whose jaw was clenched. "Did you faint as well, Weasley?" said Malfoy loudly. "Did the scary old Dementor frighten you too, Weasley?" "Is there a problem, Ruff?" said a mild voice. Professor Lupin had just gotten out of the next carriage. Malfoy gave Professor Lupin an insolent stare, which took in the patches on his robes and the dilapidated suitcase. With a tiny hint of sarcasm in his voice, he said, "Oh no, Professor!" Then he smirked at Crabbe and Goyle and led them up the steps to the castle. Hermione prodded Ron in the back to make him hurry, and the 3 of them joined the crowd swarming up the steps, through the old oak front doors, with the cavernous entrance hall, which was lit with flaming torches, and housed a magnificent marble staircase that led to the upper floors. The door to the great hall stood open at the right. Harry followed the crowd toward it, but had barely glimpsed the enchanted ceiling, which was black and cloudy tonight, when a voice called, "Potter! Granger! I want to see you both." Harry and Hermione turned around, surprised. Professor McGonagall, Transfiguration teacher and head of Gryffindor House, was calling over the heads of the crowd. She was a stern-looking witch who wore her hair in a tight bun. Her sharp eyes were framed with square spectacles. Harry fought his way over to her with a feeling of foreboding. Professor McGonagall had a way of making him feel he must have done something wrong. "There's no need to look so worried. I just want a word in my office," she told him. Move along there, Weasley. Ron stared as Professor McGonagall ushered Harry away from the chattering crowd. They accompanied her across the entrance hall, up the marble staircase, and along a corridor. Once they were in her office, a small room with a large, welcoming fire, Professor McGonagall motioned Harry and Hermione to sit down. She settled herself behind her desk and said abruptly, "Professor Lupin sent an owl that said you were taken ill on the train, Potter." Before Harry could reply, there was a soft knock on the door, and Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, came bustling in. Based on our description from the last book, it's more like she just burst into the room, just
Like the
looking very
Kool-Aid
annoyed.
Man.
Just like, where's the kid? Harry felt himself going red in the face. It was bad enough that he'd passed out or whatever he had done without everybody making all the fuss. "I'm fine," he said. "I don't need anything." "Oh, it's you, is it?" said Professor Pomfrey, ignoring this and bending down to sit close to him. "I suppose you've been doing something dangerous again." "It was a Dementor puppy," said Professor McGonagall. They exchanged a dark look, and Professor Pomfrey clucked disapprovingly. "Setting Dementors around a school," she muttered, pushing back Harry's hair and feeling his forehead. "He won't be the last one who collapses. Yes, these all clammy, terrible things they are, and the effect they have on people who are already delicate." "I'm not delicate," said Harry crossly. "Of course you're not," said Madame Pomfrey absent-mindedly, now taking his pulse. "What does he need?" said Professor McGonagall. Or what does he need? Professor McGonagall said crispy. "Bed rest? Shall he perhaps spend tonight in the hospital week?" "I'm fine," said Harry, jumping up. The thought of what Draco Malfoy would say. Honestly, he gets sucky by this really scary creature, and he's like, "Just leave me alone, Mom. I'm fine." Like, at first, he was hearing snakes, now he's hearing people screaming, and he's, like, not concerned. It's whatever. The thought of what Draco Malfoy would say if he had to go to the hospital wing was torture. "Well, he should have some chocolate at the very least," said Madame Pomfrey, who was now trying to peer into Harry's eyes. "I've already had some," said Harry. "Professor Lupin gave me some. He gave it to all of us." "Did he now?" said Madame Pomfrey approvingly. "So we finally got a defense against the dark arts teacher who knows his remedies." "Are you sure you'll feel all right, Potter?" Professor McGonagall said sharply. "Yes," said Harry. "Very well. Kindly wait outside while I have a quick word with Miss Granger about her course schedule, then we can go down to the feast together." Harry went back to the corridor with Madame Pomfrey, who left for the hospital wing, muttering to herself. He had to wait only a few minutes. Then Hermione emerged looking very happy about something, followed by Professor McGonagall, and the three of them made their way back down to the marble staircase toward the Great Hall. It was a sea of pointed black hats. Each of the long house tables was lined with students, their faces glimmering by the light of thousands of candles, which were floating over the tables in midair. Professor Flitwick, who was a tiny little wizard with a shock of white hair, was carrying an ancient hat and a four-legged stool out of the hall. "Oh," said Hermione softly, "we've missed the sorting." New students at Hogwarts were sorted into houses by trying on the sorting hat, which shouted out the house they were best suited to: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Slytherin. Professor McGonagall Slytherin, at least in the books. Professor McGonagall strode off toward her empty seat at the staff table, and Harry and Hermione set off in the other direction as quietly as possible toward the Gryffindor table. People looked around at them as they passed along the back of the hall, and a few of them pointed at Harry. Had the story of his collapsing in front of the Dementor traveled that fast? He and Hermione sat down on either side of Ron, who had saved them seats. "What's that about?" he muttered to Harry. Harry started to explain in a whisper, but at that moment the headmaster stood up to speak, and he broke off. Professor Dumbledore, though very old, always gave the impression of great energy. He had several feet of long silver hair and beard, half-moon spectacles, and an extremely crooked nose. He was often described as the greatest wizard of the age, but that wasn't why Harry respected him. You couldn't help trusting Albus Dumbledore, and as Harry watched him beaming around the students, he felt really calm for the first time since the Dementor had entered the train compartment. "Welcome," said Dumbledore, the candlelight shimmering on his beard. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say to you all, and as one of them is very serious, I think it best to get it out of our way before you become befuddled by our excellent feast." Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "I am an android." No, I'm sorry.
I am an android.
A gay android. As you will all be aware, after their search of the Hogwarts Express, our school is presently playing host to some of the Dementors of Azkaban, who are here on Ministry of Magic business. He paused, and Harry remembered what Mr. Weasley had said about Dumbledore not being happy with the Dementors guarding the school. They are stationed at every entrance to the grounds, said Dumbledore continued. And while they are with us, I must make it plain that nobody is to leave school without permission. Dementors are not to be fooled by tricks or disguises, or even invisibility cloaks, he added blandly, and Harry and Ron glanced at each other. It is not in the nature of a Dementor to understand pleading or excuses. I therefore warn each and every one of you to give them no reason to harm you. I look to the prefects and our new head boy and girl to make sure that no student runs afoul of the Dementors, he said. Percy, who was sitting a few seats down from Harry, puffed out his chest again and stared around impressively. Dumbledore paused again. He looked very seriously around the hall, and nobody moved or made a sound. On a happier note, he continued, I am pleased to welcome 2 new teachers to our ranks this year. First, Professor Lupin, who has kindly consented to fill the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. There was some scattered, rather enthusiastic applause. Only those who had been in the compartment on the train with Professor Lupin clapped hard, Harry among them. Professor Lupin looked particularly shabby next to all the other teachers in their best robes. Look at Snape! Ron hissed in Harry's ear. Professor Snape, the potions master, was staring along the staff table at Professor Lupin. It was common knowledge that Snape wanted the Defense Against the Arts job, but even Harry, who hated Snape, was startled at the expression twisting his thin, sallow face. It was beyond anger. It was loathing. Harry knew that expression only too well. It was the look Snape wore every time he set eyes on Harry. As to our second new appointment, Dumbledore continued as the lukewarm applause for Professor Lupin died away, well, I am sorry to tell you that Professor Kettleburn, our Care of Magical Creatures teacher, retired at the end of last year in order to enjoy more time with his remaining limbs. However, I am delighted to say that his place will be filled by none other than Rubius Hagrid, who has agreed to take on this teaching job in addition to his groundkeeping duties. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at one another, stunned. Then they joined in with the applause, which was tumultuous at the Gryffindor table in particular. Harry leaned forward to see Hagrid, who was ruby red in the face and staring down at his enormous hands, his wide grin hidden in the tangle of his black beard. We should have known, Ron roared, pounding the table. Who else would have assigned us a biting book? Harry, Ron, and Hermione were the last to stop clapping, and as Professor Dumbledore started speaking again, they saw that Hagrid was wiping his eyes on the tablecloth.
Poor Hagrid.
Well, I think... What?
Hagrid's so happy.
Hagrid's so happy, I know. Well, I think that's everything of importance, said Dumbledore. Let the feast begin! The golden plates and goblets before them filled suddenly with food and drink. Harry, suddenly ravenous, helped himself to everything he could reach and began to eat. It was a delicious feast. The hall echoed with talk, laughter, and the clatter of knives and forks. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, however, were eager for it to finish so they could talk to Hagrid. They knew how much being made a teacher would mean to him. Hagrid wasn't a fully qualified wizard. He'd been expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year for a crime he had not committed. It had been Harry, Ron, and Hermione who had cleared Hagrid's name last year. At long last, when the last morsels of pumpkin tart had melted from the golden platters, Dumbledore gave the word that it was time for them all to go to bed. And they got their chance. Congratulations, Hagrid! Hermione smiled as they reached the teacher's table. All down to you 3, said Hagrid, wiping his shining face on the napkin as he looked up at them. Can't believe it. Great man, Dumbledore. Came straight down to me hut after Professor Kettleburn said he'd had enough. It's what I always wanted. Overcome with emotion, he buried his face in his napkin, and Professor McGonagall shooed them away. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the Gryffindors, streaming up the marble staircase, and, very tired now, along more corridors, up more and more stairs, to the hidden entrance to Gryffindor Tower. A large portrait of a fat lady in a pink dress asked them, Password! Coming through! Coming through! Ah! Percy called from behind the crowd. The new passwords! Fortuna Major! Boom! He's on the ground, just like, oh.
Oh,
Oh
jeez.
no, said Neville Longbottom sadly. He always had trouble remembering the passwords. Through the portrait hole
Foreshadowing.
and a
Dun, dun,
dun dun.
dun.
Oh, is it foreshadowing?
It is foreshadowing.
Oh gosh. I'm trying to remember what it's foreshadowing now, actually.
Dun, dun, dun. Foreshadowing. I can tell you what it's
Through
foreshadowing. I mean,
the
everybody knows.
Might as well tell me. I can't remember.
He makes the list of all the passwords, leaves it outside.
Oh, I didn't remember that actually.
Oh,
That is that in the movie or is that just in the book?
it's both. It's
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember it at all. That's crazy.
both.
So through the portrait hole and across the common room, the girls and boys divided toward their separate staircases. Harry climbed the spiral stair with no thought in his head except how glad he was to be back. They reached their familiar circular dormitory with its 5 four-poster beds, and Harry, looking around, felt he was home at last. Ooh. So it's
Yep,
11:30 for
that
me.
last chapter took us almost to the 4-hour mark because it took us forever to get.
Yes.
We spiraled very
So
quickly.
you really like my Ron impression.
I don't know, it kills me. I can't handle
Uh,
it.
I hope it continues to kill you,
Oh
honestly.
my god.
Because there's a lot of Ron in this book. Oh, Ron gets dragged away by the Whomping Willow.
Yes. No, he gets dragged away by. He
Oh,
gets dragged.
serious.
Serious by the leg.
Harry! Harry, stop it, doggy!
I
Harry!
forgot the dog treats in the common room.
I forgot doggy!
They were for Lupin. I also added a new emote to my tier 1 subscribers. It is a Harry Potter on a broom.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I have to go check that out. Wait. I could check it out now. Oh my goodness, look at that. It's so cute.
Little teeny tiny Harry Potter on a little teeny tiny broom.
Little teeny ton of broom.
Did it on a
Classy
broom.
Potter. Classy
Classic.
Potter. I love it. That's awesome.
I did that while you were
Um,
reading. I'm like, I gotta do this.
really quick, Captain Victor wanted me to remind everybody about about the giveaway for the gift. If
Yes.
you know somebody who has really been a good influence on your life or somebody else's life, and you would like us to give them, me and Captain Victory, if you would like us to give them a gift of a game on their Steam wish list, uh, send us their story either to Classic, to me, or to Captain Victory. You can find his.
If you
I will
send it to
post
me, I
his
will make sure it gets to the appropriate parties involved. I
exactly.
promises.
Exactly. Um, and we are going to be choosing somebody and buying a game off their wish list. And we would love to do more people, but right now we can only really do one, and I apologize for that. Let's see. Beyond that, everybody, I hope you had a really fun time.
Chamber of
Classic, I hope
Secrets,
you had a really fun
episodes 1
time.
through 4 are on my YouTube channel if you want to watch the
What's
last
your
book.
YouTube channel, by the way?
Alexa, shut up.
No.
It is
Post.
Classic 251.
Oh,
It will
okay, so it's
have
just.
the same image that my stream has, my logo.
Let me make sure we post that in the chat really quick.
All 4 episodes will be there. Tonight's episode will be uploaded. It should be up. I try to put it up on Thursday is when I try to publish it, but last week it didn't go up till 2 days ago because I was sick. But I will always upload our book club episodes to the YouTube channel in case you've missed sections or you need to share it with others. Or you just want
Make
to
sure
watch
you
it again.
subscribe to that.
Oh, that was
Oh my
fun.
goodness. Oh my goodness. We're progressively like laughing harder and harder and harder as time goes on with
It
these things,
gets
honestly.
worse. It just, I thought maybe we would get better. It doesn't. We just find
No.
more ways to make it so much worse than the time before.
Honestly, like, I know this is terrible to say, but I can't wait to get to the serious books as we're reading them,
Oh
just
god.
because they're gonna be crazy. They're gonna
Just
be so
just wait until
wacky.
Edward Cullen dies.
I know. And then I'm gonna play my karaoke track.
we did make it 5 whole chapters. 1 extra chapter than normal.
Normal, I know. That's really good for us, honestly. We
So
probably could have gone
prepare,
6, but
Doodle, for
my
next
voice is
week. You
oh,
will start again because Trelawney is next.
Trelawney.
And you wanted to do her so badly. Her voice. You wanted to do her voice so badly.
Look at the cup. Look in the cup. What does it say? Mm.
I wish that my glass wasn't full of tea. Because the bottom of this mug has the Grim in tea leaves in it.
Oh, the Grim. A symbol of bad luck. Yes, Trelawney, you just kind of always seem to just
Why
kind
does
of
it
ask a question,
why do you sound
yes,
like
and
one of
then
the Sanderson sisters? Like, why is this
answer it
happening?
yourself. Goodbye. Goodbye,
Goodbye,
world.
world.
Goodbye, world.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Oh, we need to go to
That is one of my
bed.
favorite parts of just Mary just like muttering in the back like goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, cruel, bye-bye, world. Goodbye, life, bye-bye, life. Goodbye, goodbye, bye-bye, bye, bye. Like 4 bye-byes.
So, Doodle and I will see you next Monday. Same bat time, same bat channel, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, where we will tackle more of this book.
We will tackle Trelawney.
We will tackle Trelawney.
We will want to tackle Ron because we need to put him back into the cupboard because
Okay.
I can't see.
Can I come in from the out now?
Can I come in from the out now, Harry?
So I will be able to do a book club next week and the week after.
Ooh, neato.
So we can do 2 more and then I'm off for a week.
Okay.
I'm going out of town.
Oh, neato. Have fun.
Yes.
That is really cool. Have fun.
Gotta
Have
go
fun.
do
So
the
much
Christmas
fun.
things.
Gotta go do all the fun Christmas things. Hopefully it's fun.
But big thanks to everyone who stopped by both of our streams. The raiders who raided Doodle.
Absolutely. Thank you to my new
to
followers. Thank you to my
here too.
raiders.
All of you are awesome. Who are we firing it off to today, Doodle?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't have anybody. I have someone playing Grand Theft Auto.
I have somebody doing something interesting right now. It's unique in a little bit. I think we fired up to him last time. He's doing something different. He so what he does is he does it's a little silly, but at the same time it's also just kind of fun. But so he's playing Metal Gear Solid 5 right now.
Okay.
It's a very he is role playing that he's kind of Snape or he's taking over for Snake, not Snape. Oh my gosh.
That would be epic.
Snape, did you get the prisoners? Prisoners are secure.
On page 394.
In sector 394.
Is that the pigeon?
The guard was most disappointing. The pigeon? What?
Who is that? That's who we rated last time. Was Pigeon?
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know pigeon. No, that's not pigeon. I don't. Well, hold on. Let me see who's actually on me. Hurry and see who's on real quick. Una pinta. Una pinta. Una pinta.
The Swedish chef here. Bork, bork, bork.
Bork, bork, bork. Yeah, no, it's not pigeon. Okay, I don't know if I've rated him on this stream before. So what he does, he's literally it is a role play, so it is a little bit of a serious thing. There's not a ton of joking going on. So I mean, let's go find somebody else maybe because we just kind of got off of this crazy high, and I don't want to have everybody going in there rambunctious and be like, blah, blah, you know, Harry! You know what I mean?
We took all the kids from daycare, hopped them up in sugar, and sent them home.
I know. I would love to rate him honestly because he's a smaller, bigger than me, but a smallerish channel. But he also has a lot of fun doing this, so I don't want to ruin that for him. So let's see. I will be tuning into him just later. We can read classic. No, that's you. Okay, guys, we're gonna rate classic, so we're gonna see y'all later. Wait, no, come back.
Come back.
Come back, please. No, we rated that one guy last time because he was playing Rocket League, right?
Yes, and the name made you giggle.
And the name made me giggle very, very highly.
Yes.
Highly giggle. I don't know.
This is my second stream of the day, so I'm a little done. Like my brain is all goo.
Oh my gosh. Your last stream was very nice, by the way. It was very relaxing and very fun.
I enjoy my diamond painting streams. They are very mellow. They are me time.
Very mellow. It's very nice. Let's see. Oh, you know what's going on right now, actually? Final Fantasy XIV has released their uh
They released the
has
beta.
re-
The
they
early
released
access.
early access for Endwalker, yeah.
They
Maybe we
did.
find somebody who's doing some crazy stuff there.
Let's see, what can I discover?
Final Fantasy apparently is how that's spelled with an R. Final
Fantasy.
Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
As always, I
Um
look forward to our Monday nights.
oh my gosh, Monday night's the best night. Um let's see.
Okay, who are we rating today?
Have you found somebody that you would like
Nope,
to rate or
I have not.
no? Okay.
I got a buddy
Let's
who's
go.
playing League of Legends.
We can go rate him if you want.
He's kind of he's PG-16 up. So if you're not into that, okay.
If
His
you're
name is
here already, you know that.
yes. His name is Lethal. It is but his stream name is X Injection Gaming. So
Oh,
it's X lowercase x uppercase I injection
oh, hold on.
uppercase G and it's gaming, all one word.
I accidentally clicked on something. Give me 2 seconds. I
Want me to
accidentally
fire
clicked
it to
into
you in
somebody else's
DM
video.
in a DM?
No, just give it to you one more time in just a second. I'm just gonna get the raid cannon loaded up really quick. Okay, there we go. I had to go back into it because I accidentally clicked out of the streamer thing. Okay, so X, lowercase x,
Uppercase I for injection,
injection,
and then uppercase G for gaming, all one word.
XI gamer 77. Oh,
No, X injection gaming.
oh, X in how do you spell injection?
Here,
Crap.
I'm gonna DM it to you.
Oh, I see it. Injection gaming. League of Legends.
League of Legends. He is my buddy Lethal. He's a little rough around the edges, but overall good guy. So let's fire off to him, and
Good luck, everybody.
may the odds be ever in your favor. And I will see you Wednesday. I will see
Okay,
Doodle
guys.
Monday.
I will see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.